Open this hearing of the Senate Foreign Affairs, Defence and Trade References Committee into wrongful detention of Australian citizens overseas. The committee will be conducting today's hearing via video conference and in person. I'm Senator Chandler, the chair of the committee, and I'm joined via video conference by Senator Ciccone and Senator Cadell. These are public proceedings being video streamed live via the Parliament's website, and a Hansard transcript is being made. I remind all witnesses that in giving evidence to the committee, they are protected by parliamentary privilege. It is unlawful for anyone to threaten or disadvantage a witness on account of evidence given to a committee, and such action may be treated by the Senate as a contempt. It is also a contempt to give false or misleading evidence. Witnesses also have a right to request to be heard in camera. I remind committee members and witnesses who are appearing via video conference and who are not speaking to mute their microphones. It being just after 9 a.m, I now welcome our first witness today, Mr Michael Corvig. Mr Corvig, I understand that information on parliamentary privilege and the protection of witnesses giving evidence to Senate committees has been provided to you. For the Hansard record, will you please state your full name and the capacity in which you appear today?
Thank you. My full name is Michael John Kovrig, and I'm appearing in my personal capacity.
Thank you, Mr Kovrig. I'll now invite you to make a short opening statement, and at the conclusion of any remarks, I will invite members of the committee to ask questions.
Thank you very much. I'm grateful for the opportunity to address the committee, and I would like to start by also expressing my gratitude to the government and the people of Australia for your own assistance and support in my own case of arbitrary detention as a state hostage in China between 2018 and 2021. I think Australia's stalwart support for the Government of Canada and other like-mindeds was particularly important and helpful in that case, and I really appreciate it. I'm going to be very brief because I've seen that there are already a number of excellent submissions to this inquiry and discussion, and I don't want to waste your time reiterating things. I would draw your attention to my printed submission and the recommendations that I've provided and some of the testimony I've offered there in terms of my own personal experiences. Where I hope I can be helpful is I have something of a unique perspective in being both a former public servant of the Government of Canada and a former state hostage. And so I am also conscious of the challenges that your own Department of Foreign Affairs and Trade may face in trying to resolve cases. I think it's generally useful to think in terms of a few limited lines of effort when dealing with state hostage taking. And let me just put it very simply. The first thing that the government should be focusing on is to bring the detainees home. If your nationals are detained or at risk, then you need to build dedicated institutional capacity to support detainees, partner with their families, and resolve cases quickly. You need, in particular, an accountable government focal point with the policy framework, skills, and authority to maximize leverage and minimize the concessions it's necessary to make while negotiating for detainees' release. It's the fundamental principle that if you want something to be resolved, you need to make it somebody's job to do it. And the guiding principle, I think, should be Blackstone's ratio when dealing with arbitrary detainees, which is that it's better to let 10 guilty persons go free than have one innocent suffer. But to preserve deterrence, it's also important to offset any concessions with coordinated costs and consequences for the offenders. Secondly, we need to sharpen tools for deterrence. Currently, the costs are asymmetric. It's relatively low for perpetrators, but high for targeted states, and of course, tremendously severe for the actual victims and their families. To invert that equation, we need to deny states opportunities and punish violations, whether it is arbitrary detention or wrongful detention or actual state hostage taking. And there is a continuum and an overlap here. We need to build deterrence toolkits that include intelligence gathering, coordinated diplomacy, targeted sanctions, financial penalties, legal action, travel advisories and bans, and more. And those mechanisms then need to achieve justice for victims and accountability for perpetrators ultimately as well. Finally, we need measures to deter arbitrary detention and linked to broader anti-coercion efforts, for example, mechanisms against economic coercion, transnational repression, or other means that essentially violate international law and norms. In particular, we need to see arbitrary detention and wrongful detention and state hostage taking as not only human rights issues, but as ultimately threats to the sovereignty and the national security of our countries. And so thirdly, we need to strengthen global norms. In that regard, the Canadian government has been quite effective in driving forward the Declaration Against Arbitrary Detention. But that declaration really needs to be seen as a multilateral instrument that is owned, if you will, and supported by multiple governments, not as a Canadian instrument. They just came up with the initial idea. And that is useful for rallying collective action and raising the normative cost of violations. We need to see continued broadened support of that declaration and to do more to implement its partnership action plan, which actually gets into some of the brass tacks of the actual things that need to be done. We could have, for example, a common repository of information on cases and a network of concerned actors to share good practices and coordinate responses, particularly between governments and governments, and also with civil society actors and the media as well, to work together to shape narratives and impose reputational costs by shaming detaining states. I would also like to align my position with that of the Australian Wrongful and Arbitrary Detention Alliance, AWADA. I support their statement and recommendations and would like to close by just underlining a couple of specific things that I think Australia could focus on doing. One is to designate an official and officials within the Department of Foreign Affairs and Trade that have a certain degree of continuity and institutional memory in dealing with cases and responsibility for them, and strengthen the training and overall institutional capacity and knowledge on how to deal with such cases. Secondly, is to define more precisely the criteria by which cases are deemed to be wrongful, arbitrary, or an actual case of hostage taking. You need means of determining that to actually understand how many Australian citizens are actually in these situations. Thank you. I look forward to any questions you have.
Thank you very much, Mr. Kovrig. Firstly, I was hoping you might be able to briefly outline for the committee how you were detained and your experience as somebody being unlawfully detained, and particularly how the Canadian government responded to your situation in identifying what had happened to you and then putting in place certain processes or conditions to secure your release.
Sure, thank you. So I was detained while I was visiting Beijing in December 2018, exactly 10 days after the Canadian government arrested the CFO of Huawei, Meng Wanzhou, in Vancouver. And one thing to note, I think, is that like a number of other detainees, I wasn't simply held as a hostage. I was also subjected to solitary confinement for over 5 months. As well as relentless interrogation and a number of other measures that were essentially could be described as coercive and, frankly, in my view, constituted psychological torture. Just enormous pressure over a very long time and ultimately over a year of interrogation. And this interrogation was primarily intended to coerce a confession. And to pressure me into accepting my hostage takers' own distorted narrative of what was going on. In the meantime, the Canadian government responded, I think, by mobilizing officials within the Department of, within what is now Global Affairs Canada, and ultimately trying to rally support of a number of like-minded states. I think one of the main challenges that it faced initially was first trying to understand what had happened and to determine a strategy. I think the Canadian government ultimately hit on an effective strategy for trying to manage and ultimately resolve the issue, but it took quite a long time, partly, I think, because of a number of assumptions among senior decision makers in Canada about China that proved to be, I think, a bit too optimistic. Which is not to say that there were not people within the Canadian government that did understand China very well, but I think there was a limited understanding of how to deal with a case like this, a lack of institutional memory and knowledge management, limited mechanisms for information sharing on such cases with other governments, and so on. A whole host of things that ultimately came down to lack of experience and lack of knowledge with dealing with this kind of case, and an institutional habit to treat such cases as somewhat complicated consular cases, when in fact it was well beyond a consular case. It was ultimately an effort by a foreign government to coerce the government of Canada into doing something. So it was a form of asymmetric pressure.
And when you say that your case was being leveraged by the PRC to try and get a certain outcome from the Canadian government, what's your view on what that outcome was that they were trying to achieve?
It was made clear to me very early on by Canadian government officials that, to put it bluntly, there was only one ask on the Chinese side. It was very simply release Meng Wanzhou if you ever want to see these two Canadians again. In some respects, that case was somewhat unusual compared to a number of other cases where what the Chinese government or other governments want is not clear, or is a bit ambiguous, or it can also be, ultimately there are, from my own analysis of this case as well as other ones, at least in China's case, there can usually be three reasons why you would take hostages in a case like this. One is a limited number of other tools available to exert pressure on the target government. Canada was also subjected to economic sanctions, which Australia, of course, has extensive experience with as well. Not formal sanctions, but de facto ones. But so the first is obviously to obtain a specific objective, in this case, the release of the detained Chinese individual. But secondly, there is an intention to punish, to inflict pain and suffering on individuals so that a government feels some kind of suffering and gets the message they've done something wrong. And thirdly, then, deterrence. I think the Chinese government wanted to deter other states, including, for example, Australia, from considering ever doing something similar in the future.
I'm glad that you touched on those points, because one of the things I wanted to get your view on was you were detained in 2018. We're now 6 years down the track. We know that the CCP has a habit of imprisoning individuals, foreign citizens or their own, for frankly criticising their regime. Do you think that the motivators for China wrongfully detaining individuals has evolved significantly since you were first detained?
I think one would need to disaggregate different aspects of the Chinese government. So I think a number of, I can only speculate and try to analyze from the outside, of course, but my impression is that some people who may deal with propaganda or PR or diplomacy aspects of the Chinese system might be inclined to assess that the costs and benefits of how that case ultimately was handled and how long it took one would reach the conclusion that that was not an effective way to do business, and obviously not a morally or ethically or normatively acceptable way to exert influence on a foreign government, but also just not an effective one, frankly. It took a very long time and it was very costly, and there were very high reputational costs. But I suspect that the security services in China and a number of other sort of more hardline elements would have probably viewed it as essentially successful from a sort of relatively thuggish means of exerting influence. And so if the question is whether China is likely to do such things again, I think the risk is certainly not zero and cannot be ruled out. But what I think we should be aware of is the possibility of a range of other tools also being used, or in particular, I think in China's case, a risk of the application of less obvious means of exerting pressure, for example, through exit bans, which is simply a mechanism of forbidding the foreign national, or in some cases their own nationals or dual nationals, from leaving the country. And there it's a little bit less obvious that no one is being held in detention, but the individuals cannot leave. So one would look at a range of tools. But I think essentially what we need to understand is we're talking about a government that is entirely ruthless in terms of its willingness to exert leverage on states. And if it can't find any better means, then it is entirely willing to instrumentalize human beings as bargaining chips to apply that leverage. It does not have any prohibitions against doing so. And that is really what we need to be on guard against. I would note that other governments that have taken state hostages or engaged in arbitrary detention may behave differently, of course. Mm.
You said in your opening statement that the act of foreign governments arbitrarily or wrongfully detaining citizens poses a threat to the sovereignty and national security of the country from whence the detainee has come. Could you expand a little on that for the committee? How exactly is wrongful detention a threat to our sovereignty and our national security?
Well, essentially, it's the attempted use of human beings as bargaining chips to coerce an effect, to coerce a behavioral result from a government. And so ultimately, if it's possible for that foreign government to acquire that kind of leverage over Australia or another country, it's ultimately using coercive power to shape the foreign policy and potentially domestic policies and decisions of a sovereign country. It's violating sovereignty in the sense that ultimately it's the fundamental relationship between citizen and state is the state is supposed to protect its citizens. If its citizens are then kidnapped by another hostile state, that's effectively violating that citizen-state contract from a national or human security perspective. But it's also essentially violating the sovereign decision-making authority of a government to decide what its policies are. And that can happen in subtle ways. I mean, there was speculation, for example, while I was detained, that the Canadian government might have been reticent to criticize or make overly negative statements about Chinese policies in Hong Kong or Xinjiang or elsewhere out of concern that that could have negative repercussions for the hostages. So again, it's creating a situation where Australia's or Canada's or other governments' foreign policy making and its right to determine its own national security choices might be conditioned specifically by the leverage being exerted on citizens that are being held.
Just finally, Mr. Covery, before I hand over to other committee members to see if they want to ask questions, if you're willing and able, I was interested in your thoughts on Bill C-353, the Foreign Hostage Takers Accountability Act, which I believe is currently before the Canadian Parliament. Do you think that this is a good bill? Do you think it would have the capability to improve the way the Canadian government can deal with cases of wrongful detention?
Sure, thank you. I think broadly it's got the right intentions and it's going in the right direction. I haven't done a detailed legal or legislative analysis of it in terms of all the implications of some of its provisions. But the basic effort to try to create tools through which Canada's government could seek to punish or essentially, bring accountability to perpetrators and also have other resources for trying to gain more information or potentially even find creative ways of gaining the release of families and release of hostages. And also certainly the language about support for families and support for released hostages, that I think is entirely accurate. Well, and one of the fundamental challenges it tries to address, of course, is that in general, the foreign government employees who are actually perpetrating the arbitrary detention or wrongful detention are usually rather hard to actually exert any direct pressure over. So to a great extent, we have to resign ourselves to the fact that what we are dealing with is creating normative or reputational costs, but it is not impossible, certainly in some cases, that the costs could actually be direct. It may actually be possible to seize foreign assets held by such perpetrators. I think creating the possibility to use such tools is useful. the government would still certainly need to be quite judicious in terms of whether it chose to employ them. But I do think that bill points to a general gap that all of our governments need to look at, which is accountability for perpetrators and the possibility of means of punishment as a form of deterrence. Because ultimately, when you're dealing with arbitrary detention, you need to be able to make certain concessions to get the detainees back home. But then you also need to restore deterrence by demonstrating to the perpetrating country that the cost-benefit analysis is just not worth it, that they might have got what they wanted in the short term, but in the long term, the costs are too high and it's not worth it, and so they should desist from this type of behaviour.
Thank you, Mr Kovrig. I'm going to hand over to the Deputy Chair, Senator Ciccone, now to ask some questions.
Thanks very much, Chair, and thanks again for making time to appear before us. Just picking up from the Chair's line of question around the Canadian Act that's before the Parliament, are you familiar then with the US Leveson Act?
Yes, and I would note that I think the Leveson Act offers an excellent blueprint for other states to look at. It's more a question of whether states the scale of Canada or Australia are necessarily able to duplicate all the provisions that the United States has given.
I guess one of the questions I wanted to ask you, from your perspective, do you think that Act places any constraints on the government to do what it needs to do to effectively bring people home?
It's an interesting question. I haven't studied that aspect of it, and I would be reticent to comment on. It seems to have empowered SPIHA and what the United States calls the hostage recovery enterprise quite well. I haven't heard complaints from people working on it, but that's not a question I've tried to answer with specific research.
Throughout the course of this hearing, we've asked some questions with respect to maybe looking at establishing a special envoy. From your perspective, do you think that's something that's worth Australia pursuing, or at least giving some thought to?
Yeah, I think there is no question in my mind that you should have a dedicated individual who is responsible for these issues. I think the question, whereas the United States at any one time has a significant number of Americans wrongfully detained abroad, one would need to look at the ongoing scale of the problem to make, from a cost-benefit analysis, to sort of determine how Australia should deal with that. Having worked in government, I recognize that resources are always scarce, and a dollar spent on one thing is a dollar not spent on another. And I think in probably the cases of Australia and Canada, it's realistic to have a senior official who perhaps also has other similar and related responsibilities being formally empowered and made responsible for this, rather than necessarily someone who only does this at a very senior level. I think you should still have some dedicated, more junior staff who work only on the issue of arbitrary and wrongful detention, both from a policy and normative perspective in terms of actually advancing it as a policy issue, and from the actual case resolution perspective. And I think it does need to be delineated from standard or complex consular cases where, whether it's our government or Australia's, the Department of Foreign Affairs and Trade would tend to have a case management perspective. You're trying to do what you can for individuals who are held in foreign prisons for the duration of their sentence. Whereas when you're dealing with hostages or wrongful detentions, you need to be having a very different mentality that we need to fix this. We need to get these people home, and how are we going to do that? And that is a somewhat more mission-driven approach that I think SPIHA in the United States has really managed to demonstrate very effectively. So duplicating something like SPIHA on an Australian scale, I think, is a very realistic objective.
Thank you. Do you believe there's a risk, and it depends on the context of the situation, but a risk that governments, when they make public pronouncements of a citizen's arbitrary detention or wrongful detention, could reduce the space for diplomatic means to bring them home, or at least put that at risk?
I wouldn't rule that out as a potential risk. Yeah, I mean, I think one of the things we need to be realistic about when you're dealing with cases in this constellation is that there are often a lot of diplomatic nuances and complexities, and some cases are more obvious than others, and you really need to look at the details of the context, I think, and sometimes you need people who are, to resolve them, you need people who are empowered to sometimes make very complicated judgment calls where there won't be perfect information and one has to weigh the costs and benefits and the risks. And that's why it's critical to have political decision makers directly involved, and also to have the families of the victims ultimately directly involved, because sometimes you really need to get an alignment of perspectives and agreement on those. And that touches on, for example, the issue of whether or not to involve the media and greater levels of publicity or not, whether or not it is acceptable to do prisoner swaps, for example. I think you need a lot of guidelines and analysis and information, but also a certain degree of flexibility to recognize that some certain decisions will have to be made on a case-by-case basis rather than being able to have an ironclad doctrine.
Just to pick up on what you just mentioned there, but exchanges of individuals, is that common practice when governments around the world try to negotiate the return of their citizens, and they'll release either prisoners or some other people they might also have in their possession back to their home country as part of the negotiated outcome?
Well, there's obviously the recent example between Russia and the United States with the release of several prisoners in August, and there have certainly been a number of others. Even in my case, I wasn't the first. The Garretts were also taken as hostages of a sort in the Sue Bin case in Canada. So these aren't things that necessarily happen frequently. And I think the reality is, right, governments take hostages or arbitrarily detain citizens for a range of reasons. Sometimes it may be genuinely some sort of twisted reciprocity of looking for a direct quid pro quo. We want one of ours for one of yours, but there can also be a number of other reasons why they're doing it. Sometimes it can just be punishment or leverage or financial objectives. So one really needs to analyze the details of each particular case.
Now, just last question. Obviously, it's good that you're back home, but can I ask about your personal circumstances? Once you did get back home, did your government provide you with any support and even support to your family?
Yes, I have to say the Canadian government was generally quite good at providing ongoing consular assistance and a consular contact at Global Affairs Canada throughout, and ultimately remained committed to providing, for example, assistance with medical, both physical and mental health appointments, psychological counseling, and other assistance with putting my life back together. That said, it should also be understood that there are just an awful lot of things that a government can't do for you. And so it took me the better part of a year of 8-10 hours a day of work just to put my life back together again. So, and that's not even counting the massive disruption for all the members of my family and the thousands of hours of work that were consumed by all the extraordinary people who worked to resolve that case. It was enormously labor intensive for me, for my family, for my advocates, and for hundreds, if not thousands, of people across multiple governments. So there is a definite need to kind of recover from all of that as well.
Yeah. And I'm assuming that would include things like medical appointments. Is there been any ongoing support since you've come back? Or
it's been a continuous process for myself. Yeah. So yeah, I still remain in contact with the Global Affairs Canada, and I think they have been very helpful about that. And there are aspects of I've given them direct feedback, having been formerly an employee of the Global Affairs Canada. I've given them some feedback in terms of ways they could have perhaps improved their consular assistance or done certain things better in minor ways. And I'm happy to share that same sort of feedback with your own foreign ministry. But I think in general they have certainly had the intention and the efforts to do the best they could. And I think they would be good people to talk to about the details of what that looked like on the government side.
Yeah. Now, thank you very much for today. Appreciate your time.
Thank you.
Back to you, Chair.
Thank you, Senator Ciccone. Senator Cadell, you just had one quick question. I thought he did. Are you there, Senator Cadell?
I can't see him on the line.
No, nor can I. He might have to put that question on notice because we do have to keep moving along with our next witnesses. Well, thank you very much, Mr Kovrig, for appearing as a witness for our committee today and for the testimony you provided. The committee would appreciate that responses to questions on notice be provided by Friday the 8th of November 2024. And I would ask that you now disconnect from the hearing, but if you wish to continue listening into the hearing... It's just turned off mute. Sorry. We've just found out Senator Cadell is on the call. Senator Cadell, can you hear us? No, there's something wrong. It's all good. We will dismiss you, Mr Kovrig. Thank you very much. If you want to keep listening along to the hearing, you can do so via the Australian Parliament website. Thank you so much.
Thank you. It's been an honour to have the opportunity, and I see that your next speaker is Roger Carstens, and I would not want to take a second away from his time. He has a great deal of wisdom to offer you. Thank you.
Very good. I now welcome... Very excellent segue. I now welcome Ambassador Roger Carstens from the United States Government. I understand that information on parliamentary privilege and the protection of witnesses giving evidence to Senate committees has been provided to you. For the Hansard record, will you please state your full name and the capacity in which you appear today? Can you hear me, Mr Carstens?
I have you loud and clear. Do you hear me?
Yes. If you could just state your full name and the capacity in which you appear today.
Forgive me, Roger Dean Carstens, and I'm appearing as the Special Presidential Envoy for Hostage Affairs at the U.S. Department of State.
Thank you. Mr Carstens, I'll now invite you to make a short opening statement, and at the conclusion of any remarks, I'll invite members of the committee to ask questions.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair and distinguished members of the committee. I'm Roger Carstens, the Special Presidential Envoy for Hostage Affairs at the U.S. Department of State, commonly referred to as SPIHA. I'm grateful to have this opportunity to speak with you about the U.S. approach to one of the most pressing challenges of our time. The act of one government detaining another country's citizens to be used as bargaining chips threatens not only detainees and their families, but also the principles of justice and fairness that our nations hold dear. It's an ancient practice that requires a bold response that transcends political divides. In the United States, the hostage recovery enterprise was born from previous failures to bring home hostages held by ISIS in Syria and Iraq. This was a wake-up call to the U.S. government, prompting President Obama to call for a review of hostage recovery activities. We found that the U.S. government writ large was not prepared to handle a hostage crisis, had insufficient architecture in place, and was not equipped to provide critical information to families about their loved ones. On June 24, 2015, President Obama issued Executive Order 13698 and Presidential Policy Directive 30, which fundamentally changed our hostage and wrongful detention policy and created 3 new entities that make up what we informally call the Hostage Recovery Enterprise. SPIHA, my office, the Hostage Recovery Fusion Cell, which has the lead in recovering U.S. nationals held hostage abroad by non-state actors, and the Hostage Response Group, an interagency group led by the National Security Council to coordinate the U.S. government response to hostage situations and recovering U.S. citizens held hostage abroad. Moving specifically to the work of my office, SPIHA has 3 core functions. 1, securing the release of U.S. nationals wrongfully detained or held hostage abroad and help them reintegrate upon return. 2, supporting families of wrongful detainees by providing case-specific information and access to U.S. government resources. And 3, leading and coordinating interagency, multilateral, and private sector strategies and efforts to deter and prevent what has often been called as hostage diplomacy. While our initial focus in 2015 was on hostages taken by terrorist groups, we quickly saw the need to address state actors unjustly detaining Americans for political leverage against the United States. Congress acted to address this issue in 2020 with the Levinson Act, which codified the architecture of the hostage recovery enterprise. The Levinson Act provided discretionary criteria for the Secretary of State to use in making wrongful detention determinations and authorized additional tools, including sanctions, to deter these practices and to bring Americans home. Members of Congress and their staffs have been vital allies in this truly nonpartisan issue. To be effective, my office depends upon rapid, agile, and coordinated actions to ensure all elements of national power are drawn upon for the recovery of U.S. nationals who have been determined to be wrongfully detained abroad. The office collaborates with the Federal Bureau of Investigation, the Department of Defense, State, Justice, and the Treasury, as well as the intelligence community. My office may directly negotiate for the release of a detained American or plan a recovery mission or work on sanctions against entities that engage in this practice. But we never do this alone. We bring a whole of government effort to this work that brings together all elements of national power. Australia has been a valued partner in our work on deterrence and prevention of wrongful detentions, and I'm grateful to your government's cooperation. Your commitment to addressing this issue, alongside the United States and others, sends a strong message to those who seek to use our citizens as bargaining chips. I'm pleased to be here today and to support your efforts to strengthen Australia's response to wrongful detentions, and I look forward to your questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr Carstens. I think it would be fair to say that the Levinson Act in particular has been raised multiple times by multiple witnesses throughout our inquiry. So we are very grateful that you have made yourself available to answer some of our questions here today. I just want to sort of step through exactly what the process is under the Levinson Act and within the broader hostage diplomacy framework that the US has in place. So when a US citizen is detained, how do you assess whether or not they have been arbitrarily detained and therefore make the determination that the requirements under the Act should be enlivened?
So I appreciate that question. I get that not only from people from across the seas, but frankly from American citizens that are interested in seeing that their loved ones are declared as wrongfully detained. The Levinson Act gave us 11 discretionary criteria that may be considered in addressing whether a detention is possibly wrongful or not. My office works very close with Consular Affairs and others in the State Department, to include our lawyers in the Department of L, to see if to review these cases and eventually make a recommendation to the Secretary of State. The factors might include whether an individual is being detained solely because he or she is a U.S. national, whether there are credible reports that the detention is being used for an illegitimate purpose. And sometimes I can even say that person may not be necessarily pure as the driven snow. The case may actually have something where the person might have done something wrong, but we get the strong sense that they're being used as leverage against the United States. When that starts to happen, the case in a way starts moving a little closer towards the wrongful detention side of the house. But the bottom line is that the Secretary makes the final determination based on the totality of the circumstances and grounded in the facts of the case. And maybe the simplest way to put it is when someone is detained overseas, a consular officer is most likely tracking that case, and they'll look for those indicators of wrongfulness. If it seems wrong, they fire off a cable up to Maine State in Washington, D.C. We start reviewing the facts there. We start to really try to see if these facts might lead themselves towards a detention determination. But to make it as simple as possible, we take the Levinson Act criteria and lay it over the facts of the case to make that determination whether it's wrongful or not. Again, discretionary, and the Secretary of State makes that final determination.
How long does that process usually take from, let's say, from the consular office speaking to your office and saying, I think we have a case that could be wrongful detention? How long does it take you to make that assessment?
It's different in every case. Sometimes the case either matures or we get more information. But a good example, Evan Gershkovich, that took 11 days. Danny Fenster, also a journalist being held in Burma, 11 days. Because the facts of the case were right there. They were doing their jobs. They were detained by the governments in question. And it was just so evident to everyone that the case has just sailed. And from 0 to 11 days, we had a wrongful detention determination. Other cases have been a little more harder to get a sense of whether they're wrongful or not. You can almost picture that if a crime was committed in downtown Washington, D.C. at 2 in the afternoon, we would still have to go through quite a process with looking at eyewitness statements, victim statements. We'd have to review security camera footage. All sorts of things would go into that, and you might not necessarily come up with a guilty verdict right away. And in the same way, the case kind of evolves in our office and at the Department of State, where we might eventually hear something about a person being arrested in, let's say, Russia. It looks wrongful, but we have to make sure that it is. And we'll use the intelligence agencies, journalists, reports from the families. We'll essentially put a vacuum cleaner out there and try to suck up all the information we possibly can on this case. And even then, we may not really have enough of a clear picture to ensure that we don't get this wrong. And every now and then, it could suddenly be an intelligence report comes in, and everyone starts to get that feeling in the pit of their stomachs that it's wrongful, and that's when the case starts progressing. I would say, let's see, Brittany Griner, that took about roughly 2 months to declare to give a wrongful detention termination. Paul Whelan was more. We didn't really have a process back then, but it still took us probably 2 years to get a really good understanding of what happened in Paul Whelan's case, because it's not Washington, D.C. at 2 o'clock in the afternoon. It's a foreign country. We're having a hard time getting the information. Their intelligence services and their law enforcement services may not even feel interested or compelled to try to help us understand the case. But it's this constant race to figure out whether it's wrongful or not by bringing in this information. And we do that mindful that every day counts. And if there's one thing I could do in this job to speed up that clock, I would love to find it, because we'd do it.
So once State Department have gone to your office and said, we suspect a case of wrongful detention, and you are then empowered to investigate it before you've actually made a determination, are you yourself or your office itself able to do that intelligence gathering? Are you able to speak to or engage directly with foreign governments to try and get information about these cases, or are you in effect advising State Department while they do the information gathering?
It's more the latter. We're in a way advising the State Department, since it's not yet our case. We don't want to overstep our bounds and get into consular affairs area of operations. But what I can tell you is we're very engaged. We talk to consular all day long. Some of the people that I've hired in SPIHA come from the consular side of the house. And we have a monthly meeting where we'll sit down and go over all the cases that seem to be, or I would say that could possibly be wrongful. And we're always trying to push for information. And information sometimes comes to my office purely because people know to reach out due to some of the, I guess you could say, the spotlight that's been shined on us. And that's not a bad thing. I would even say that sometimes cases don't come up through the consular chain. It could be a case that, for whatever reason, did not seem wrongful. And I'll just use Russia as an example. And yet a family member will call us and say, Roger, I don't think you quite understand what really happened here. We listen, and then, since it's, again, not my case, we'll still throw that back into the consular system, but we're always kind of, you could say, shadowing the case to see if there's a way that we could possibly help discover the truth of that matter. Because, again, it's important that if it is wrongful, that we make haste to get it on my desk and get it out of the consular pile. Even though I have to confess, consular's done a masterful job, not only of taking care of U.S. citizens that have been arrested overseas, but in working with us to find these determinations.
Once you have made the determination that somebody has been wrongfully detained, does the US in every single case make a public point of calling this out?
You know, we don't. We do not make them secret, though. What we do is sometimes families don't want to have this their case be publicized. Other times families want to have them publicized, and we'll talk to them about what the pros and cons are. I might jump ahead to a question you might ask in a bit, like what we would do with media. But if a wrongful detention determination is made and a family wants to keep quiet about it, we respect that. If a wrongful detention determination is made and a family really wants to go on CNN and just like yell as loud as they can about this detention determination that they finally got it, we'll advise them if we think that's going to hinder our negotiations with the other side. And I say that, and yet in 4.5 years of this job, there have only been 2 times where I've gone to a family and said, hey, look, tone it down a little bit. Let's not be as aggressive on the media. And in both cases, that only lasted for about a 3-week period. And at that point, I was able to call and say, hey, look, that thing that we were worried about, it's passed. So for the most part, we appreciate and expect the families to do what's in their heart in terms of, I would say, publicizing their cases.
Mm-hmm. And that segues nicely into my next question, which was, what are the support mechanisms that your office provides to families of citizens detained overseas?
So right at the start, we've been very well supported by the U.S. Congress. We now have different authorities and different resources that the U.S. government can give the families. But as soon as we take a case, I would say within 7 to 10 days, I'll fly anywhere in the world to sit down with the family of that person who's been detained. Usually it's, for example, later this week, I will fly to Pennsylvania to talk to a family of a new case. A day or two later, I'm flying out to Los Angeles, California to see the family members of a new case that we've just taken. It's taken me all the way to Australia, where we visited a family member of someone held in Africa. And we've flown all the way to Kiev. So we want to sit down face to face with the family and spend some time. Usually, roughly always takes 3 to 4 hours. But we spend time telling them, or really hearing their story, trying to get an understanding from their perspective of what happened, learn a little bit about their loved one that's being detained. At a certain point, we explain why our office was created, essentially out of the failure of our government to do this job from 2012 to 2014. And then we start to turn it more into what we're going to do, how we're going to work with them, to partner with them to, number one, take the burden of doing the work to free their loved one off their shoulders and put it on mine. And number two, work together with them to find strategies to get their loved ones home. And as a part of that, we try to give them a lot of information. We usually set up a call schedule. That schedule's usually once a week. But if a family member wants to talk to us every day, we'll do that. If they want to have us only talk to them when we have an update on the case, we'll do that. But usually it's a once a week update by phone or in person with the family in question. And we tell them that we have 2 members of the Office of the Director of National Intelligence who work part-time in my office, whose main mission is to declassify information on their loved one's case so that we can brief them. So what we don't do is hide information, or if we're not making any progress, put the hand of the U.S. government up and say, well, it's all secret, I can't tell you. Because the families smell that. They know when you're lying to them or whether you're not really being fulsome in your explanation of the case. So we want to go to the opposite side of the house, and we want to embrace them. We want to cry with them. We want to give them information. We want to be fully transparent to the extent that we can. And if we ever get to that point that we can't, because the negotiation is so sensitive or the information cannot be classified, we simply tell them that. Going further from that, now, thanks to our Congress, we now are able to provide the families with psychological and medical support before their loved ones ever come home. And that's important because the families, it's not even PTSD, it's not in the past, it's present emotional turmoil that's going on in their lives, and even financial turmoil that's going in their lives. So we try to provide them with that medical care that's paid for by the U.S. government. We also provide them with a letter from my office saying that their loved one's been wrongfully detained. That can be used with creditors, American Express, Visa, Citibank, et cetera. It can also be used to keep their apartments from being emptied out by a landlord. So the letter's often been helpful to save people from losing their houses and having their credit ratings attacked in any worse way that they've already been attacked. And also we work with the IRS and other government institutions so that the IRS does not go about not only penalizing someone for not paying their taxes because they're being held into prison in Russia, but also from fining them for not paying those taxes as well. So that's the support they get up front. I've probably left a few things out, but I can tell you that in a way that support does not increase or does not decrease until their loved one comes home. And then for the next 5 years after they come home, we still provide the families with that support. So someone comes home from Russia on the 1st of August, we're still going to spend 5 years giving them medical treatment and emotional support treatment, psychological treatment out of the U.S. government while we're still working with their loved ones to kind of reclaim their life and reintegrate into their family and society as well.
So for that 5-year period following wrongful detainees' return to the US, is that support that you're providing to them and to their family, is it taxpayer funded or publicly
Correct.
funded,
Yes.
I should say? And
Yes.
and what does that support look like? We've heard varying testimonies from Australians who've returned home that they receive, a couple of psychologist sessions. I'm guessing that what you are providing is significantly more generous than that.
Well, we're exploring it. We've really just started doing that because we were given the authorization to do this in the last National Defense Authorization Act. But I think we've tried to get it to where people are not paying out of their pocket, to where if they go to a psychologist to get some psychological treatment, and this is, again, the family and the person who's returned during that 5-year period, we want to be able to make sure that as soon as they go in and they receive a check, that the U.S. government's paying it. So we don't have to go through some convoluted payment process to take care of them. But it is covered by the U.S. government. We're picking up the bill on that. We've started to explore that with some of the families. I'm sure we're going to have some fits and starts, but we're eager to identify any of the issues because we feel we're a learning organization, and Congress is absolutely willing to work with us to identify any holes and gaps and seams in the process so that we can make it better every year when the next National Defense Authorization Act comes out.
One of the concerns that we've heard from returned wrongful detainees is that in many cases, because they have been found guilty, and I use that expression very loosely, of crimes, and I use that expression very loosely as well, in another country, that is something that they have to declare every time they try and leave the country. They have to declare if they want to get a loan or a credit card or whatever it might be. Is this an issue that you've come up against, and have you or your office been able to develop any solutions that help people go about their everyday lives in a way that that black mark on their record is perhaps not expunged, but at least recognised for what it is?
Yeah, and the letter that we provide actually is done a lot to, I guess, make that a non-issue. Like when you go to get a job and someone asks, have you ever been arrested? You have to answer yes. You have a letter with my signature on the bottom saying that you were declared by the U.S. Secretary of State to be wrongfully detained. And that the letter's proven to be pretty powerful. And yet we have Americans who live overseas, and when they try to travel to another country, or they live in America, they try to go to the UK, for example, and they show up and they might be on a watch list, or the Russians, for example, may have turned their names over to Interpol for a red notice search. And so we're trying to wrestle with that now. We've worked with Interpol to come up with a list of people that might actually, I would say, hit when someone goes to a foreign country. And it's our way of shorting the system to say, look, we got about 70 or 80 people, and if they hit, give us a call because there's a story behind it, and we'd like to get give them the benefit of the doubt. They've been very kind to work with us. We're still test driving that. We've had a case where someone wants to travel to a country that seems like it could be a dangerous place for that person to travel, but their business interests make them want to go, and we're trying to work with that person. You almost can never give someone a get out of jail free card, but you can work with them in ways to ensure that we've gone above and beyond the call of duty to guarantee their safety when they go to a foreign country. The long and short of it is, I think I could probably give us a C+ or B- on that, but mainly it's because we just haven't had a chance to make all the mistakes yet and explore the areas where we could become better. It's usually a wrongful detainee calling us and saying, oh my gosh, I just showed up in this country and they pulled me into secondary screening, and I think I might have an issue. Well, in seconds, we're on the phone to that country through either my office or the U.S. ambassador, and we're trying to sort that out. And then if we identify what the problem is, we try to reverse engineer it and start to work on it from there. But the goal is that once someone comes back, to the extent possible, they get a clean record, and we try to back that up.
One of the sensitivities that we seem to have here in Australia is that that we are not always very clear about the circumstances in which somebody has been wrongfully detained from the outset, nor are we always particularly clear when someone who's been wrongfully detained returns to Australia about whether or not we agree with the legal process that they have been subjected to. So does having the framework that you have in place to declare someone as a wrongful detainee right from the start, to an extent, free you up, or free the US up, I should say, at the end to say we never recognise the legitimacy of the legal process our citizen was subject to, therefore we don't recognise the legitimacy of their arrest, their charge, their incarceration, any of that, and that makes it, I guess, legally more straightforward for you to sign off on that letter?
So I'd say, in a way, it's yes and no, and I'll try to explain. The discretionary criteria that are given to the Secretary are truly just that, discretionary. The Secretary does not often come out and say, hey, the reason that I decided that this person was wrongfully detained was because I know that the legal system in this country is inadequate, that there are corrupt judges, et cetera, because we have to recognize there are a lot of countries that may not have legal standards that quite, I would say, align with the things that we think the legal system should have. So in a way, we don't necessarily make a determination and come out swinging and give all the reasons. But you will find sometimes that as a case goes on and the United States is calling for the release of someone, I can think of the people that were held in Venezuela. We actually came out through the White House and the Department of State spokesperson saying that they underwent a sham trial, that the system was faulty, et cetera. So the actual determination, the Secretary, if he so desires, can keep his cards to his chest so that no one's really clear on why he actually made that determination. So that's not necessarily that black and white statement that some people might be looking for. But I'd say as the case goes on and we fight to negotiate someone's release, a lot of that becomes flushed out in that system and process. As I indicated earlier, we've had a few cases where someone might actually be guilty, and not of like a heinous crime like murder or drug trafficking, but something very minor that might have actually got that person pulled over. But then the sham trial after that, the fact that the other side clearly wants to use them as a bargaining chip, the fact that they were tortured, held in very bad conditions, et cetera, that might lead to a wrongful detention determination, even though that person might actually have been drunk in a bar and said something against the country in question, which resulted in that person being thrown in jail. I mean, the one thing that we say to people is that, look, when you go to a country, especially one that we may not have a great relationship with, at the end of the day, you are still subject to the laws of that country. However, those laws that we believe can be abused, and the process can be abused to the point that someone, to our mind, comes out as unlawfully detained and receive the wrongful detention determination. I hope that answered it. I know that's kind of a rough one to answer. I hope I satisfied you on that one. No,
that was good. Thank you. One last question from me before I hand over to other committee members to ask questions. Which countries do you think are of greatest concern for all of us in the West in terms of their propensity to arrest our citizens wrongfully and detain them?
You know, it's an interesting question that we have countries that we're worried about. We've put them on a list. It's a list that was created by our consular department, and it allows people to know that if you're getting ready to go to the country in question, they may have a K indicator, which indicates that there's a risk of kidnapping by armed groups, or it could have a D indicator that, like Russia, for example, that indicates that they might be, I guess, up for a wrongful detention if they go to that country. There's a risk of that. And there are other countries where we might give travel advisories. A level 4, don't go. Level 3, level 2, level 1. So we try to warn people about that. But and yet some of the countries, I would say, don't, to our mind, strike us as serial offenders and repeaters. The people that I think are the countries that seem to be the serial offenders, one that comes to mind is Iran. When you get your people back, historically, there's only a certain amount of time before they restock the pond and take more people. But as I look at my list, the countries that are challenging us right now, I'd say Afghanistan, China, Iran, Russia, of course. We have people in Syria, but nothing's being added, but we do have a high number of people that have been held there, and Venezuela. Those are the countries I would say that most come to mind when we're worried about people getting arrested. And yet when I take a look at a country like, I'm trying to think, Afghanistan doesn't seem to be grabbing all the Americans that they possibly could. And yet that's, to our mind, still a country that might be at risk. Other countries, again, like Iran, we're convinced that, when if they have a chance to find someone, use them as leverage, that they likely will.
Thank you for that, Mr. Carstens. Senator Ciccone, Deputy Chair, you have the call.
Thanks, Chair, and thank you, Ambassador Carstens. That's been quite great to have you online today and to actually just listen to your evidence before the committee. So thank you for making time. Just one thing I just wanted to ask you, in your submission, you speak about a unit within the Special Envoy, I think known as the Deterrence Team.
Yes.
You able to explain for the benefit of the committee what it does, the actions that this team, or the type of actions this team engages into deterring instances of arbitrary detention, and how you might measure the success?
Yeah, most certainly. I would say the first few months that I was in the job with Secretary Blinken, Secretary Blinken came to me and said, we've got to find a way to make this problem go away one day. And he said, I'd like you to start worrying about a deterrence and a prevention effort. Later on, when the President of the United States declared that this was a national emergency, the taking of people for wrongful detention, he actually authorized us to start pushing forward to try to develop this deterrence effort. And I can say a lot of it was based in the Canadian effort, the Declaration Against Arbitrary Detention and State-to-State Relations that currently has 74 signatories. And I think that gave us a good start. But I think what the Secretary envisioned was a multilateral effort that would allow countries in the future to come together if a country like Iran takes a citizen, and we all can use elements of national power to increase the cost of someone being taken. So as an example, let's say that the Iranians take a Belgian citizen, and the country of Belgium makes a case that this person's been arbitrarily detained. If we all agree, then that person now becomes an actionable item. All of the countries that are in this multilateral group will then start to find ways under the leadership of the country that has been harmed, in this case, Belgium, to come up with a strategy which can increase the price of this person being taken. And when I say all elements of national power, in the United States, we usually go quickly to the sanctioning tool, which is diplomatic in nature. But there are other elements of tools that we're trying to explore, create, and find that cover things in the realm of not only diplomacy, but information, the military, economic, financial, legal, intelligence. What are the tools across national power that have never been put in service to stopping this horrible practice? Now, we're also working with other countries, Australia being one included, to find ways that we can partner on this and work together should another country's citizen be taken. But if I could nail it down to answer your question specifically, the team works on trying to identify all those tools that we currently have in the U.S. toolkit that can be used, and which tools could be explored, which tools possibly need to be created. They work with other members of the United States government, the interagency, and also definitely hand in hand with our legal team as well. They're also working on this multilateral effort to raise the cost. So that's, I'd say, the second line of effort. Their third line of effort is to establish and solidify international norms against wrongful detention. And that could be working with civil society, nonprofits, and academia. And I'd say the fourth line of effort that they're working on is the prevention piece. And that's working with the private sector to educate those who have interests overseas on how they might best avoid their people being picked up. I currently have 3 people that are working on this full time. And, we're blessed that Congress supports that. I mean, 3 people full time on this effort might seem like a lot, but if I had to say where we are on the milestones and objectives list, I still think we're 10 years away from building something strong enough and robust enough with all the tools and the multilateral relationships needed in order to put this hostage diplomacy problem on the dustbin of history. How we're doing right now, I think we're doing okay. I'd still give us maybe a B- or to B+ range. I can say that if full success is a train moving at 100 miles an hour, what I can tell you is that the train has left the station, we're building up steam, and we're probably somewhere around 30 miles an hour. So we have a lot of work to do, but I think we have a plan that takes us forward. We have a sense of where we want to go, but now we've got to build out the tools and the relationships.
Thank you for that answer. That was really insightful. And you mentioned before that I think you've been working with Australia about maybe potential elements of this deterrence. Is that something that you have or your office in recent times has been working? How have you been engaging, I'm assuming, with our Department of Foreign Affairs and Trade?
Indeed. We work with Australia and many other countries really just to tie in the relationships and explore how to do this. I don't think we're to the point where there's going to be a group that has a name that is public to where you could say there are like 23 countries and Australia's one, the United States is one, Belgium's one, Sweden's one. We're not quite to that point, but what we are doing right now is we're working with countries that are suffering through the same problem like Australia to explore how we could work together and what tools you could possibly use and how would we tie in with the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and who is my contact if something goes wrong and how do I establish better connectivity. So I'd say that's kind of where we are right now. It's not where we all would like it to be. I would say in like probably 1 or 2 more years, we're hopefully going to get to a point where things are solidified, and then we spend the next 5 years, I would say, driving and test driving what we've started to build together. But we're not quite there yet. But indeed, we do reach out to your Ministry of Foreign Affairs to explore paths, tools, and ways that we could work together and partner.
Okay. I know you touched on this earlier, but I was just wanting to get a better sense of what are the challenges for you, and I guess the US government, but more so for you, about the early stages of when a citizen is wrongfully detained, but they might resemble lawfulness, right? So they've obviously done the wrong thing. But as you mentioned, depending on the country they're in, they might then exploit that situation for political gain. And obviously, we have a scenario where the individual now becomes, in a situation where they are now a bit of a political football, like we saw with Russia, for instance. So I'm just trying to understand the challenges that you and your team have about having to tackle those issues.
I mean, one is always going to be just trying to get the information. I'll choose Russia again, just because they seem to be on my mind. It's just hard to get the Russians to participate and give us the facts of the case. So we're always just a little behind the power curve in trying to get that information that might make this an easy case if we just could actually talk to the FSB or their local police services and get the latest. So that's always going to be an issue. I think it's also dealing with the families. The families might have a better sense of their loved one's case, or it's just that most moms probably feel that their son who's been arrested is innocent. But it's the pain of talking to a family that I'm not really allowed to talk to yet because the case still belongs to consular. And yet to all of our minds, it looks like it could very well be wrongful. But we know we don't have enough to quite get there. And that's something I'd like to work on with Congress and, of course, consular and other people in the State Department and the U.S. government. Is there a middle ground that when a case looks like it's going in our direction and a family's up in arms and they're going through so much pain that we could somehow find a way to address that case? But we're not quite there yet. Right now, it's the case is not wrongfully. It's not wrongful. It's not mine until the secretary makes that determination. And it would actually be kind of offensive to consular affairs if I was trying to parachute into their neck of the woods and get too much into a case before it's actually been given to mine. So we find that we work together. We work together quite well, but there's always that little gap in between someone being arrested and sometimes the many months it takes to finally see a case mature or to gather enough information to where you can say, okay, it's wrong. There's a wrongful detention. And I think that pains everyone.
Yeah. And just lastly, again, you didn't touch on this earlier, but I'm trying to also understand, how do you balance where a government makes a public pronouncement of someone being arbitrary or wrongfully detained versus, let's just keep quiet, work in the background with the said nation around trying to get the person home as safely and as
Yeah.
quickly as possible. How do you juggle that, particularly when, I know the chair mentioned this, we've had family members say, well, hang on, we think the government's not acting enough or not doing enough to bring my loved one home, let's go public. But they don't maybe necessarily know that the government actually is working behind the scenes with whatever country, like Iran or Russia, for instance. How do you balance the two?
I would say overall, this will sound very strange perhaps, but in a way, it doesn't matter to me. It doesn't matter to us. And it's because the families are going to be damaged if they finally get their loved ones home and they feel like they didn't do enough, they didn't go public, they're not sure if they pushed the government enough. I would say that I don't mind journalists and families holding me accountable. So in fact, I'll tell a family, look, you're like, Roger, should we go public?
Yeah.
Say, look, it's up to you. In fact, back in the olden days, we actually used to give them the names of the few journalists that cover this. Now, many journalists do, but we just talk them through and say, look, here's some of the risks, some of the goods and bads of this. But I'll say, look, we are never going to tell you not to talk to the press unless it's absolutely 100% critical because it's going to collapse a negotiating channel. Other than that, if you want to go to the press, and even if you want to yell at Roger Carstens because he's not working harder or fast enough to get your loved one home, go ahead. We welcome that because we're the government. We'll find a way to crib around any friction in the system that was caused because of that. And there have been cases like that where a family goes public and the other side with whom I'm negotiating has their feelings a little hurt. But it's never really a big deal when it's the family. And this is one thing I used to tell them, especially in Venezuela. I said, look, if you want to if you want to take this case public, do what's in your heart. We fully support. But just some advice. If you're going to go public, you can get mad at the U.S. government all day long. It's not going to hurt our feelings. We're still going to hug you next time we see you. But if you get mad at the Venezuelan government, focus on the government. Do not pinpoint Nicolas Maduro. Do not pinpoint this person, this judge, or this person, because you don't want to make it personal with the other side. And so sometimes when in countries that I would say have a little more thin-skinned, we'll say, look, if you want to make it public, you can at least just shine a light on your loved one's case, or you can go against me. I mean, it's not going to hurt my feelings, again, if you say the U.S. government needs to be doing more, when in fact the family might know that, we're flying out to see the other side in 2 more days to conduct the negotiations. And again, just to be clear, in 4.5 years of on this job, I have only told families not to do anything twice. And once was in a case where had it come out, the other side would have crashed the channel and we would have been nowhere. And on another case, it's the same country. We're just in a critical point. We didn't want to upset the apple cart. And so we asked the family to calm down for a little bit. And we'll say, look, the second we're either going to get this done and your families are going to come home, or we're not going to get it done. And I'm going to come and say, okay, remember when I said you shouldn't go on CNN? That's over. You can do that now. So we really want them to not feel like we're muzzling them in any way, shape, or form.
No, good on you. And look, thank you again for your time. I'll hand the call back to the chair, and good luck to the rest of you and your team for the wonderful work you do.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Chair. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Senator Ciccone. I have one question from my colleague, Senator Cadell, who's had a couple of issues being connected this morning. He would like to know, is there ever a case where an individual has been declared wrongfully detained and that decision has been wound back or revoked, for want of a better expression, further down the track because new information has come to light?
We have not. So the specific answer would be we've never revoked a wrongful detention because new information has come to light on the person actually was guilty. And I'm glad you asked that because that's why we really put a lot of effort up front, because that's what we fear. We fear if we take something to the Secretary of State and he says this person's wrongfully detained and suddenly we're negotiating with the other country and it's a big deal. We're putting a lot of time, money, effort, and resources into this. We're talking to the families, and then suddenly we get a little bit more information, and you find out the person's actually guilty of a bad crime, like drug trafficking, murder, et cetera. The system would actually not collapse or fall apart, but it would take a hit. And I think we don't want the secretary to lose trust in the system. We don't want the taxpayer to lose trust, nor Congress. And I would say one of the things that kind of gets back to the deputy chair's question, one of the reasons that it might seem it takes a long time is we're trying to get this right so that we maintain the integrity of the system and the process. We would hate to get it wrong and then have to actually consider pulling it back 6 months later.
Thank you very much for your testimony today, Mr. Carstens. That has been really, really valuable for the committee to hear from you. We would appreciate that any responses to questions on notice that you may have taken are provided by the 8th of November 2024. And that's all we have for you today. We'll ask that you now disconnect from the video conference, and if you wish to continue listening in to the hearing, you can do so on the Australian Parliament website.
Madam Chair, thanks for a chance to testify and, to your committee, and I'd like to say I was grateful to see my good friend Michael Kovrig on here right before me. He's wonderful. So thank you again. I wish you all the best of luck.
Thanks very much. The committee will now take a short break and resume at 10:30 a.m. reconvene and I welcome Dr. Danielle Gilbert as our next witness. And I'm just checking that her video's on. Wonderful. I understand, Dr. Gilbert, that information on parliamentary privilege and the protection of witnesses giving evidence to Senate committees has been provided to you. For the Hansard record, could you please state your full name and the capacity in which you appear today?
Thank you. My name is Danielle Gilbert, and I'm appearing in my personal capacity.
Thank you, Dr. Gilbert. I now invite you to make a short opening statement, and at the conclusion of any remarks, I'll invite members of the committee to ask questions.
Madam Chair, esteemed members of the committee, thank you for the opportunity to address you today regarding the wrongful detention of Australian citizens overseas. I'm an assistant professor of political science at Northwestern University, and I'm also a member of the Bipartisan Commission on Hostage-Taking and Wrongful Detention at the Center for Strategic and International Studies in Washington, D.C. In my opening remarks this morning, I'll highlight what I see as some of the central points of my written testimony, focusing on definitions, deterrence, and categorization. The phenomenon that my work defines as hostage diplomacy is the taking of hostages under the guise of law for use as foreign policy leverage. Hostage diplomacy occurs when a state deploys its criminal justice system to detain a foreigner and then uses the foreigner for leverage in the pursuit of foreign policy objectives. It is pernicious precisely because it uses the tools of state sovereignty and the pretense of domestic criminal justice to carry out a hostage taking, forcibly detaining and holding someone to get a target government to change their behavior. Hostage diplomacy is on the rise as countries like China, Iran, and Russia hold the citizens of Western democracies for leverage. Along with other targets, the Australian government faces a critical decision: how to design policies to deter the practice going forward. I'll offer a few considerations. Deterrence is a form of coercion, the act of making threats and promises in order to get someone else to change their behavior. In designing policy responses to hostage diplomacy, there are two different desired policy outcomes: coercing perpetrators to stop taking hostages and preventing other countries from getting into the hostage-taking business. The overwhelming body of scholarly evidence suggests that the latter will be easier to accomplish than the former. Accordingly, it will be much easier to design policies to deter other countries from taking Australian citizens hostage than it would be to convince known perpetrators, such as Iran, to stop the practice. Deterrence works through denial and through punishment. Deterrence by denial entails strategies that seek to prevent actions by making them less likely to succeed. A no concessions policy, for example, represents deterrence by denial. Taking hostages would be a waste of time when a government won't pay. However, there are crucial downsides to denial policies. One important downside is that concessions unambiguously work to recover hostages, and denying concessions has never stopped hostage-taking in the past. Rather than rely on denial, effective deterrence policies should instead focus on punishment, promising such severe consequences for hostage-taking that no rational actor would take hostages in the first place. Deterrence might include sanctions, extradition, prosecution, and other processes in line with international law. Such punishment strategies would be dramatically strengthened through coordination among like-minded targets, particularly Canada, the United Kingdom, and the United States. In addition to deterrence, updated policies must consider how to identify and categorize cases. I'll briefly share some insights about this process in the United States as outlined by the Robert Levinson Hostage Recovery and Hostage-Taking Accountability Act, which I know that you've already heard about this morning. The Levinson Act establishes the 11 criteria for declaring an American to have been wrongfully detained abroad. But the notion of wrongfully detained traces back to the 2015 Obama administration Presidential Policy Directive 30 and Executive Order 13698, which said that a special presidential envoy for hostage affairs shall coordinate diplomatic engagements in cases in which a foreign government confirms that it has detained a U.S. national, but the United States government regards such detention as unlawful or wrongful. The Levinson Act in 2020 took up that mantle and specified the criteria by which the U.S. Secretary of State might designate an American to have been wrongfully detained abroad. From my perspective, there are two central sources of ambiguity in the wrongful detention designation. First, wrongfully detained is closely related to, but not fully consistent with, two existing violations of international law: arbitrary detention and hostage taking. While arbitrary detention is the deprivation of liberty without legitimate reason or legal process, hostage taking is detention in order to compel a third party to do something as an explicit or implicit condition for the release of the hostage. While Levinson Act Criterion 3 points explicitly to hostage taking, many of the other criteria would be better understood as constituting arbitrary detention. As countries combat hostage diplomacy, governments should adopt a consistent terminology and definitions of these violations. Sharing concepts should only help allies in coordination, deterrence, and legal recourse in appeals to international law. Finally, the second source of ambiguity is the designation process itself. For example, there is no deadline by which the State Department must make a wrongful detention determination. At no point must the State Department publicly disclose which of the 11 criteria have been met. And there are no criteria publicly marked as being necessary or sufficient to obtain the designation. I'm ambivalent about this latter source of ambiguity. While families and advocates yearn for clear benchmarks, the government may find such flexibility strategically or politically useful in handling cases. Thank you again for the invitation and your attention, and I look forward to your questions.
Thank you very much, Dr. Gilbert. We've covered off on this issue around terminology with other witnesses in previous hearings, but I was interested in your thoughts on the importance of the language used in cases of wrongful detention. And do you have a preferred term that you would recommend we should be utilising?
So the thing that I think is the most important is for all of the governments that are experiencing this on a regular basis to agree on terminology that is in line with processes of international law. I'm not a lawyer, so I speak from my perspective as a political scientist, but there are two existing international criteria: arbitrary detention, which is outlawed by the Geneva Conventions and may include hostage taking. And on the other hand, there's the 1979 International Convention Against the Taking of Hostages, which specifically criminalizes hostage taking. I think agreeing on terminology, whether that is arbitrary detention, whether it is hostage taking in state-to-state relations, can be useful for the purpose of coordinating on the mechanisms of international deterrence, to appeal to international law about these violations, to establish agreed upon norms, and to get other countries on board with these processes. I think clarity in the definition is the most important. When I look at wrongful detention in the case of the United States choice of that terminology, some of the cases I think probably would qualify as hostage takings. Someone is held for the purpose of coercing the US government, but many of those cases might be an arbitrary detention, but not a hostage taking. And so perhaps that umbrella category is useful so that cases can fall into one another. But I think that that ambiguity undermines the ability of allies to coordinate.
Should the countries of a detained citizen, for instance Australia, be more forward in publicly calling out the actions of the detaining country when their citizens are wrongfully detained?
That's a great question. So there are two possible ways that we might think about this. One is that you will often hear that keeping something quiet, under the radar, not ruffling feathers, might allow for the possibility of a perpetrator to save face. It might mean that a state might be more willing to let someone go, or they might be willing to let someone go on humanitarian grounds. Frankly, when I look at the kinds of cases that we are talking about, I don't think that these are cases where perpetrating states like Russia, like Iran, like China are trying to save face. I think that the violation, that the egregiousness, frankly, is the point of what they are doing, that they are using their asymmetric tools of leverage in order to get what they want out of democratic countries. And so I think by calling it a hostage taking, not only does that make it something that people around the world understand what it is, they can get behind it, it can rally the public to understanding what these cases are really about. I think it also helps effectively name and shame the perpetrators. When you call out a country like Iran or like Russia and say they are taking hostages, it makes it much more obviously something nefarious, something criminal, and not necessarily just a value judgment about their criminal justice system versus your own.
And when you're being upfront about that, and being upfront about the fact that that these countries are taking hostages, do you think it's important that countries then follow in recognising that their citizens are being taken for diplomatic leverage?
Yes, precisely. So I think that it would qualify as a hostage taking from my perspective when the purpose of detaining someone is about executing that leverage from the target democratic country. The person is being held explicitly or implicitly to get the target government to do something they otherwise might not do. And I know Ambassador Carstens was testifying earlier this morning, and I was listening to his testimony. In these cases, it does not necessarily mean that the person that was arrested is completely innocent or squeaky clean. Sometimes they are, in fact, arrested for minor crimes that they have committed. But even when someone is arrested for a minor crime, you do not expect the government to then turn that person into a bargaining chip. It's the fact of being used for leverage that makes something a hostage taking, regardless of any underlying guilt or innocence.
Given your expertise in this area, I'm wondering whether you can provide to the committee any insights as to how forward these other countries are, Russia, China, Iran, in talking about the leverage that they're trying to gain over the country from that the wrongfully detained citizen came from. I mean, there might be a view out there, and I'm not saying that this is necessarily accurate, that when a foreign country arrests an Australian citizen, the first thing that they're going to say is not, we've arrested your citizen and here's the quid pro quo that will result in their release. So how, particularly in regards to Russia, China, Iran, how overt or not are they about trying to seek leverage once they've detained our citizens?
My understanding is that there's some meaningful variation across these different countries in how explicit or implicit their demands really are. I say this from the perspective of someone who has studied the phenomenon but has not been on the inside of government negotiations, so I haven't received these demands, for example, directly myself. But my understanding is that in some of these cases, the demands are quite explicit, and they are typically for a very specific prisoner or for a very specific trade, and that those demands do not change typically over time. So in some of these cases, whatever ends up being the ultimate deal after years of waiting and months or years of negotiating is often the very first name that the autocratic government has floated as the reason for the arrest, as the person that they want to trade. In a lot of these cases, we heard, for example, from Michael Kovrig this morning, he knew that it was a quid pro quo, that it was about Meng Wanzhou. The Chinese government throughout the process, like the Canadian government and the US government, denied that these cases were involved. But from the outside, it seemed almost entirely that they had to be related, given the fact that the Chinese government would update something in the case of his case and the case of Michael Spavor, the two Michaels, anytime there was any update in the case of Meng Wanzhou. So that one may have been much more implicit than explicit. But typically these demands are not a surprise to the folks, at least in the US government and perhaps the Canadian government when they are dealing with these cases. They know precisely what the perpetrators are asking for.
Do you think there's any good that comes from I've been trying to come up with a better way of describing this the whole way through this inquiry, but the the home government of the citizen who's been detained, is there any good that can come from them not, I guess, publicly calling out these are the conditions that we've been subjected to as part of this negotiation, and we're not going to engage with those terms? It just seems to me that if like you say, we're in a situation where the arresting country is generally getting exactly what they asked for at the outset, that means that, I mean, obviously they're coming to the table from a stronger negotiating position because they're the ones that have taken the hostage. But that's not exactly savvy negotiation on the returning country's part, except for the fact that they get their citizen released, which is obviously a good thing.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's very difficult. We would, pardon me, I have a bit of a cough. We would refer to this as hard bargaining. They have the leverage. It's ultimately up to the hostage taker and their own veto if they release the hostage or the detainee, the prisoner, or not. Their advantage is that they put this person through their entire criminal justice proceedings, through a trial, they sentence them, and they're willing to hold them for a very long time. And so that is the leverage that they are dangling, that years of this person's life will be on the line. And all that while it is coercing the underlying democratic government that has received these demands. So I understand the temptation to speak out and say, we have these ridiculous demands. They are completely arbitrary and unfair. There's no good deal in a hostage taking. There's no, we shouldn't think about these trades as fair or who gets the better deal. It's simply unfair when a country uses human life and captivity in this way. And so, putting your foot down and saying it's a bad deal, we won't make it, unfortunately doesn't tend to shame the states that are willing to use this violation in the first place. And so it doesn't do a lot to convince them. And one of the other reasons that they turn to this tactic is that they anticipate that democratic countries like Australia, like the United States, are not going to turn to a military response to get their citizens out of prison in another country. And so they're not afraid of the consequences, and they know that they just have time to wait. And so, unfortunately, as angry as we are, shaming in that way doesn't tend to bring the person home any faster or have much effect on the perpetrating countries themselves.
So how can we shame these countries? If not publicly calling it out, what would you propose is the best way to deter these regimes from engaging in this behaviour?
Mm-hmm. So I will say I do think that we should publicly call it out. I just don't think that publicly calling it out makes a state like Iran or like Russia suddenly realize the wrongness of their ways and send someone home. I think the reason to publicly call it out is actually to make sure that other states that might see this as a tempting business to get into, that those states don't start to think that it's a good idea. I know that there are some really growing and positive international coordination efforts, like Canada's declaration against arbitrary detention and state-to-state relations, that nearly 80 countries have now signed on to, and that becomes a forum not just for the states that are being targeted by this kind of violence, that those states find like-minded partners, that they can talk about terminology and other ways to coordinate, multilateral sanctions, but also other kinds of international legal instruments and things like that, but also to just increase the universe of countries who are aware that this is happening and that will start to protect their own citizens that might see the wrongness in what the state perpetrators are doing and to not get into the business themselves. So finding more ways to increase that percentage of countries that are aware that this is going on and not getting into the business, that all of that is effective for deterrence as well.
What can Australia do to deny these regimes that tactical advantage that they get when they're sort of publicly pretending that the detention of one of our citizens is entirely legitimate, when we know that behind the scenes, like you say, either explicitly or implicitly, they're just trying to leverage our government?
So there are lots of different advantages that state perpetrators seek when they are engaging in hostage diplomacy. It's not just the concessions that they are seeking. It's useful for their own democratic politics, perhaps. It's useful to deter Australians from coming to those countries, perhaps the kinds of Australians who might be engaging in work that those regimes don't like, even though that kind of work is absolutely protected. So journalism or aid work or academic research, they want to close down their societies to international inquiry. And of course, when we talk about trying to find ways to educate citizens in Australia or the United States or other countries and preventing them from going to these dangerous places, in effect, it's working in that capacity as well. There's another benefit that they seek, which is a challenge to the domestic politics of the country from where the citizen has been detained. And so they enjoy the domestic turmoil that the Australian government might face when there's a disagreement about what the policy should be, when there's a public criticism of the government for not bringing someone home. All of that shows that hostage-taking is a dual-use or a multi-use tactic for these regimes. And so, at least in the United States, hostage recovery tends to be a very bipartisan issue area. Finding ways to talk about it quite publicly, to demonstrate that the public supports the government in its efforts to bring citizens home, to make it something that the public doesn't have to protest the government because they're upset that people aren't coming home, but to show their support for the government making difficult decisions. All of that starts to claw back some of the power that the perpetrating state is trying to impose in holding a hostage.
In your opinion, did the development of the Levinson Act in the US set a clearer framework for how the US deals with hostage diplomacy, and has it improved the ability of the United States to get their citizens home safely and negotiate with those regimes?
Sure. I think that the Levinson Act, so first of all, I will say with the caveat, which is that I consulted with the Senate Foreign Relations Committee in the United States on writing the Levinson Act. So of course I have a little bit of bias here. But I believe that the Levinson Act was transformative for the hostage recovery enterprise in the United States. There have been a few different major key moments in U.S. hostage recovery policy that have essentially the government has reacted to failures and challenges in hostage recovery and understood that it needs to do better. So among the things that the Levinson Act did quite effectively is that first it codified into law all of the things that the Obama administration had put into effect through executive order in 2015. Second, it laid out those 11 criteria and established the process that once the Secretary of State gave someone the wrongfully detained designation, that was the key that moved a case from the Consular Affairs Bureau into the Office of the Special Presidential Envoy for Hostage Affairs. And so just having a clear process for figuring out what those cases were, how it happened. Certainly I have questions about that process, what the criteria are, but the Levinson Act made an enormous step forward in setting out how that process would work. Frankly, I will give an enormous amount of credit to Ambassador Roger Carstens, who has been in this role since the end of the Trump administration and for the entirety of the Biden administration. Ambassador Carstens is truly a unique and incredible figure who has managed to grow the office in response to this problem, build a very effective team. But perhaps more importantly, he's an incredibly effective individual in this space. The families of hostages and wrongful detainees trust him, and for good reason. He is incredibly available to them at all hours of the day. That's very true. He's also an incredibly effective advocate and negotiator on these cases. He's a former Army Ranger, but also someone who's worked in democracy, human rights, and labor. So someone who understands, kind of both sides of the coin of being good cop and bad cop. I think that he personally has done a tremendous job at moving these cases forward and been instrumental to progress. I will give a lot of credit to the Biden administration that has really made this a priority, has said, we are going to make the difficult decisions to bring people home, and at the same time, try to figure out how to deter the practice going forward. I think both of those things are important in this space and constitute successes that government should be aiming for.
Thank you very much, Dr. Gilbert. My understanding is that no other committee members have questions for you, so we will thank you for your time today. I know there's a bit of a time difference between you and us, so I appreciate you making the time. We've set the due date for responses to questions on notice. I don't think you took any, but in case you did, for Friday the 8th of November 2024. And I'd ask that you now disconnect from the video conference, but if you want to keep listening to the hearing, you can on the Australian Parliament website.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Gilbert. I now welcome Mr David Chick from the Department of Home Affairs. I understand that information on parliamentary privilege and the protection of witnesses giving evidence to Senate committees has been provided to you. The Senate has resolved that an officer of a department of the Commonwealth or of a state shall not be asked to give opinions on matters of policy and shall be given reasonable opportunity to refer questions asked of the officer to superior officers or to a minister. This resolution does not preclude questions asking for explanations of policies or factual questions about when and how policies were adopted. For the Hansard record, will you please state your full name and the capacity in which you appear today?
Thank you, Chair. My name is David Chick. I'm the Acting First Assistant Secretary for the Counter Foreign Interference Coordination Centre in the Department of Home Affairs. Thank
you, Mr Chick. I'll now invite you to make a short opening statement, and at the conclusion of any remarks, I'll invite members of the committee to ask questions.
Thank you, Chair. As I've just introduced, I work at the Counter Foreign Interference Coordination Centre in the Department of Home Affairs. The centre coordinates government policy to counter foreign interference and conducts outreach with communities at risk of foreign interference. Foreign interference occurs when a foreign government attempts to harm Australia to advance their strategic, political, military, social or economic goals. Foreign interference includes conduct by or on behalf of a foreign government that is covert, deceptive or threatening, and is intended to do one of the following things: to influence a political or government process, influence the exercise of an individual's political rights, support foreign intelligence activities, or prejudice Australia's national security. The legislated definition of foreign interference would not normally extend to the arbitrary detention of Australian citizens overseas, unless the intent of the detention was to limit the exercise of an individual's rights in Australia or influence a political or government process. The Centre does not have responsibility for the development of policy to deter arbitrary detention by foreign countries, the response to those cases, or the provision of support to individuals or families directly affected. However, the Centre's role in countering foreign interference does extend to policy and outreach to limit the instances or effectiveness of attempts by foreign governments to coerce or force repatriation of people in Australia outside of existing extradition arrangements. This may be relevant to the Committee's work where the repatriation leads to an individual being the subject of arbitrary detention. It is unacceptable and unlawful for any country or agency without legal authority to remove people from Australia. Coerced or forced repatriation and other acts of foreign interference are offences under the Criminal Code Act of 1995. Foreign governments and their proxies may use a range of tactics to convince individuals that they have no viable choice but to return to their country of origin. Threats can include the imposition of travel bans on friends and family offshore, the freezing of financial assets offshore, applying pressure to family or friends overseas, or falsely claiming to be working with the Australian government. Coerced or forced repatriation is an offence that undermines our national sovereignty and an individual's security. The Centre engages with communities at risk of foreign interference to bring awareness of the threat and encourage reporting where coercion occurs. An individual should contact the National Security Hotline on 1800 1234 if they or anyone in their community is being coerced by a foreign government to leave Australia, and contact local police for any immediate safety concerns. That's the end of my opening statement, Chair, and I'm very happy to take questions.
Thank you very much, Mr Chick. So, just so I'm very clear, does the government agree that the practice of hostage diplomacy can and often does constitute a form of foreign interference?
I think if the legislative definition is met, it can. Whether it has in the past, I'm not aware of particular cases where I'm aware that the threshold for foreign interference has been met. So the two cases, so whilst normally the Counter Foreign Interference Coordination Centre is not involved in the management of arbitrary detention cases, where that detention occurs for the purpose of reaching into Australia to affect particularly community members. So the most common thing we would see is a family member overseas is threatened or imprisoned by a foreign government, and or they or law enforcement from a foreign government may call someone in Australia to say, please desist from exercising your speech and your criticisms here of the foreign regime because I'm being threatened here in a foreign country. So that is an instance of foreign interference that we've been concerned by, and that's why we engage with communities in relation to that. It could also be, as the cases that we've raised this morning, and I think you've got a particular focus on, is where the case of Mr Kovrig, for example, where it's quite clear that his, as his evidence suggests, that his incarceration was to affect a government policy.
There was a clear quid pro quo.
So if you could establish that that was the reason, then yes, that would be foreign interference.
That would require, in most instances, I'm guessing, and I recognise this is a little hypothetical, but that would generally require the Department of Foreign Affairs, I would have thought, to come to Home Affairs and say, this person has been detained overseas. This is the ask of the government that has wrongfully detained them. And then for Home Affairs to make the assessment that based on the bargaining chips that were being thrown around that a foreign interference attempt was underway?
I'd actually look. I think you're correct in terms of how government would work. We have very good relations with the Department of Foreign Affairs and Trade. They obviously have lead in the overall issue, and we'll be giving evidence later in the day. Should it become understood that this was an instance of foreign interference, I have no doubts they would reach out and engage with us. The assessment of whether foreign interference is occurring is probably more something I would leave to the Attorney General's portfolio. We are a centre that deals with policy, coordination and outreach. Once an instance or an activity of foreign interference occurs, that's really something that goes to that other arm of government that deals with prosecutions, the Commonwealth Director of Public Prosecutions, and whether a prosecution would occur. But meeting the thresholds and defining whether the thresholds of foreign interference are met would more naturally sit in the Attorney General's department.
I have lost count of how many times someone between DFAT, Home Affairs and AGD has said it's those guys that figure out what is happening in whatever the case may be. So in this forum, are you able to share what your engagement with cases of wrongful detention of Australians has been in recent years, or what the department's engagement has been in recent years?
I can't say for the department because the department covers many equities. In terms of foreign interference in the centre, we have not been previously involved in cases of arbitrary detention.
Okay. What is the department's engagement with developing and managing our framework to deter and respond to cases of wrongful and arbitrary detention?
The Department of Home Affairs has no leadership role in that. We would take advice from the Department of Foreign Affairs and Trade.
What is the avenue for the department to provide input and expert advice to DFAT on these matters?
We have regular engagement between agencies through a series of forums, some run by Home Affairs, some run by the Department of Foreign Affairs and Trade. I think, if you're looking at this from the issue of the consular cases and the management of arbitrary detention overseas, they would naturally lead it. If the assessment was made that this actually is moving into foreign interference, I'm sure that the relevant Deputy Secretary from the Department of Foreign Affairs and Trade would reach out to the National Counter-Foreign Interference Coordinator. That's a band 3-level conversation. Those people meet regularly in any event, and it's really, given the history of arbitrary detention and the cases that have come forward, that we haven't naturally been played in thus far, but should that circumstance change, we would always be welcomed by DFAT and we would attend as needed should there be an instance where they wanted our voice. You
say by the nature of the cases you haven't been played in thus far?
It's the CFIC, correct, the Counter-Foreign Interference Coordination Centre.
Because, and I recognise this might be a question I have to ask DFAT rather than you, but is that because DFAT made an assessment that there was no foreign interference attempt?
I'm not privy to that. So
I can ask
question
them.
For them. But I think from our perspective, though, we have excellent relationships across the department, and I have no doubt that should an issue that they think that we can provide useful support to, they would knock on our door, and I have no doubt that we would support them if they did.
As the lead agency with responsibility for countering foreign interference, has the department provided advice to the government on the practice of foreign regimes using hostage diplomacy to pressure or attempt to pressure our government into a particular policy or diplomatic stance?
We've provided no advice along those lines.
To what extent has the department and the Counter-Foreign Interference Task Force engaged with counterparts overseas to discuss the practice of foreign regimes taking hostages to leverage Western governments?
I can only speak to the division that I work in, the Counter-Foreign Interference Coordination Centre, and we have had I'm not aware of any discussions along those lines.
Okay. Earlier this year, the Iranian ambassador met with DFAT officials and reportedly discussed the possibility of an extradition treaty with those officials. And I note that you made some reference to the legality or lack thereof of foreign governments attempting to remove Australians from here. Was the Department of Home Affairs briefed at all by DFAT on what the Iranian ambassador was seeking in that instance?
I might take that on notice if I can, just because to get an answer that crosses the department, I'm not aware of it in the Counter-Foreign Interference Coordination Centre, but you probably want to know across the department. I can take that on notice and get back to you.
Thank you. I have another question that I suspect you might have to take on notice because I don't think it is your specific section, but I'm hoping some friendly people at Home Affairs will be listening in. We have heard from a number of witnesses throughout this inquiry of concerns regarding their wrongfully detained Australians coming back into the country, having a black mark on their record, so to speak, because they have to declare that they've been arrested or been detained, whatever the case may be. Does Home Affairs have any role to play around a framework or a policy that could be put in place to ensure that those Australians can at least freely or more freely travel overseas than they're currently able to? Or is this, again, something I'd have to talk to DFAT about? I'm just thinking because the border security role.
Yeah, look, it's a very interesting policy question that came up through this morning. Again, just because I come from a niche area, I'm not able to support it, and it looks like something that... whether across government or within Home Affairs, it will be somewhere else of Home Affairs, and I can reach out to them and, as you've foreshadowed, see if they have any thoughts on the policy approach to managing that. It seems like a genuine problem.
Yeah, exactly right. And it's one of those things where we all, who I'm assuming have never had to declare that sort of thing, whether you're, going into another country or applying for a loan or whatever the case may be. But if you do have something like that you have to declare, and you really only, the reason you have to declare that is because you've been used as a bargaining chip by a foreign government, it does seem like just a little bit of an unintended consequence.
Absolutely.
I might see if any other senators have questions at this point in time. Deputy Chair. Oh, Senator Cadell.
Thank you, Chair. Just an interesting one. Obviously, we're looking primarily at the scope of Australian citizens wrongfully detained overseas. But just while I've got you here, do you work with where they may not be our citizens, but they are relatives of our citizens, used for coercion of all? Do you have any scope over that, foreign interference, where they're holding families of Australian citizens or using their influence over there?
So can I clarify the circumstance here of your question? Do we engage with family members of Australian citizens who are detained overseas?
Yeah, so give an example. If we're looking at foreign interference, I'll use my wife is Welsh. Just say we didn't have a great relationship with the Welsh government, the British government.
Sure.
If they grab her parents and detain them and get some influence there, are you looking at that with your foreign influence or your task force? Would you look at that sort of scenario?
We are a policy coordination centre, an outreach centre. We do tend to focus on policy deterrence and outreach pieces. If something has actually happened, so in your case, detention in Wales, then that sort of triggers a bridge that goes over to task force that is a separate entity led by ASIO. So normally, if there's an instance or an allegation of foreign interference, they're the ones with responsibility for leading the investigation and any disruption or prosecution that may come from it. The Counter Foreign Interference Coordination Centre in Home Affairs may be briefed on what's going on. It could be brought in if requested by part of government for our views, but it's not naturally a fit for us to go and talk to individuals who are subject to foreign interference. We generally leave that to the operational agencies to manage, and particularly so we don't muddy the waters with our own engagement.
Okay. The Chair today asked some questions and you referred quite rightly to a different department, or we've been getting that a bit. I think the Chair expressed that going through. Did you see Ambassador Carsten's evidence this morning? Did you happen to see from the Americans? I
think I saw part of it, yes.
Yep. There's some chat in policy things about a single coordination for when this is involved. It was a very impressive display, very impressive submission.
It was.
He mentioned that Australia has some not top level, not fully engaged constructions about trying to get people all on the same page. Are you aware, your group, have you had any discussions on that, or that's been left to the other parts?
Again, I would refer that question to the Department of Foreign Affairs and Trade. I think in their submission they do reference some type of coordination mechanism there, which I'm sure they'd be able to speak to. But again, if taking that testimony from this morning and obviously listening to where the Department of Foreign Affairs and Trade takes things this afternoon, I'll be guided by them as people who have experience and knowledge of the broad range of cases that come before them, and of course should thresholds be met for foreign interference where the intent is to affect things in Australia, then of course we'd be open to engaging with that department. But My understanding at the moment, given the breadth of the issue, is that its leadership sits within the Department of Foreign Affairs and Trade, and that is appropriate.
Okay. That's all I've got, Chair. Thanks very much.
That's all I have as well. So thank you, Mr. Chick, for coming in and for sitting and listening in this morning as well before appearing. You did take a couple of questions on notice, and we would appreciate the responses to those be provided by Friday, the 8th of November 2024. Now, the committee will break for lunch, but we might negotiate amongst ourselves when we reconvene, because we were not due to reconvene until 1 o'clock, and that seems like a very long time. So if my colleagues could all keep an eye on our messages, we'll negotiate another start time, but we will break now.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. and I welcome representatives from the Department of Foreign Affairs and Trade, and thank you all so much for shifting this forward half an hour, given that we were running a little under time this morning. I understand that information on parliamentary privilege and the protection of witnesses giving evidence to Senate committees has been provided to you. For the Hansard record, will you please state your full name and the capacity in which you appear today? And we'll start with Dr Mitchell and work our way along.
Good morning, Chair. Kate Mitchell, Acting Assistant Secretary of the International Law Branch at DFAT.
Good morning, Bronte Malls, Ambassador for Human Rights and Head of the Human Rights Branch, DFAT.
Paula Ganley, First Assistant Secretary, Consular and Crisis Management Division at DFAT.
Victoria Young, Assistant Secretary of the East Asia Political Branch, East Asia Division, DFAT.
Justin Wyatt, Acting First Assistant Secretary, Southeast Asia Regional and Mainland Division, DFAT.
Jeff Bowen, Acting First Assistant Secretary, Europe Division, DFAT.
Mark Innes-Brown, First Assistant Secretary, Middle East and Africa Division.
Thank you very much. I will invite you to make a short opening statement, whoever wishes to do so, and at the conclusion of any remarks, I'll invite members of the committee to ask questions.
Thank you, Chair. Paula Ganley, First Assistant Secretary, Consular and Crisis Management Division. I'd like to thank the Senate Committee for the opportunity to participate in this inquiry through our submission and through our appearance here today. We welcome the opportunity to set out our framework for managing complex cases and for advocating for the welfare and release of Australians who have been wrongfully detained. DFAT places a very high priority on supporting Australians and their families detained abroad, with a clear focus on resolving the case and ensuring the detainees' welfare. We recognise that the detention of a loved one overseas is a highly distressing time for all involved. DFAT's approach to such cases has been refined in recent years, including as a result of engagement with former detainees and other stakeholders. We appreciate the generosity of past clients who have shared their experiences. We acknowledge that it is incredibly difficult for former detainees to relive such a difficult time in their lives. DFAT adopts a tailored approach to each case to best support the welfare and interests of the client and their family. These are the primary considerations when considering what advocacy and support the government can provide to achieve a positive resolution of the case. This flexible approach has resulted in DFAT securing the release of several high-profile Australian detainees, as well as other less publicly known in recent years. DFAT carefully assesses whether and when to use the term arbitrary detention in relation to an Australian detained overseas. Labels are not necessarily helpful from the perspective of looking after the best interests of the individual involved. DFAT gives careful thought to messaging. Some advocacy and action is public, but often it is confidential because confidentiality is assessed to best support the client's interests. We advise all consular clients, including those potentially arbitrarily detained, that the decision to engage with media is one for them and their family. We offer advice on the potential benefits and risks associated with media engagement, noting that these are specific to the circumstances of each case. We recognise that the difficulties experienced by former detainees and their families do not end upon return to Australia, and that ongoing support is needed. DFAT also strongly supports international multilateral efforts to deter the unacceptable practice of arbitrary detention for diplomatic leverage, through advocacy in international fora, including the United Nations Human Rights Council, through working closely with like-minded partners to share experiences on strategies for preventing this practice, and on approaches for resolving individual cases, including options for collective action. DFAT seeks to increase public awareness of countries that engage in the practice of arbitrary detention, including through highlighting the risks associated with this to Australians through smart travel advisories. The travel advice for multiple countries contains clear warnings regarding the risk of arbitrary detention or around the arbitrary or harsh enforcement of local laws. A number of these countries are listed as do not travel destinations for Australian travellers. DFAT will continue to keep its approach under review and will look for opportunities to further improve its capabilities to support any Australians who are subject to the unacceptable practice of arbitrary detention. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms Ganley. Any other opening statements? No? We'll start with questions then. How does the department assess whether an Australian citizen has been detained arbitrarily or unlawfully overseas?
Senator, our approach to these complex cases is through a lens of what we assess to be in the best interests of the individuals involved. From this perspective, as I said in the opening statement, labels aren't always the most helpful starting point. The nature of government's assistance is not impacted by how we classify their detention. Every case has its own context and its own circumstances. When an Australian is detained overseas, we look at the specific circumstances and map out the best available strategy to look after the best interests of the individual. Part of that process is to assess if we hold concerns about the lack of due process, as well as considering elements of reasonableness, necessity and proportionality. We draw on international sources when considering this, including the Vienna Convention on Consular Relations, the International Covenant on Civil and Political Rights, and the Universal Declaration of Human Rights. If we hold concerns that the arrest and detention has lacked due process, we'll consider all resources available to the government that could bring the swift resolution of an individual's detention. Sometimes this will involve the public or private use of labels such as arbitrary or wrongful detention. In many cases, we assess that this would not be in the individual's best interests. We always seek to think very carefully across the different areas of government and different areas of expertise within the department to ensure that we maximise our ability to benefit the person concerned in circumstances where we do not control the outcomes or legal processes. I think this morning when we were listening as well to Roger Carsten's SPIHA when he was discussing this as well, he did indicate how the arriving at a decision, even for the Americans, on whether or not to determine a case as arbitrary detention can take some time, simply because they want to get it right, and we are the same in that it is very important that we get all the information available to us, and sometimes that takes a considerable period of time to achieve.
In what situation would it not be in an individual's best interests to determine that they had been wrongfully detained?
So often what happens with when a citizen is detained overseas and we look at the case, we start the discussions essentially through our consular contact with the client, but also we start discussing the matter with the relevant Ministry of Foreign Affairs, other agencies overseas who we may consider have some influence on this case. So we have been dealing with countries that we are aware of who, when we use that term, it automatically gets a negative reaction and our access can be limited because they think that we are essentially coming in with a preconceived idea. And also, I think it's just the labelling. Arbitrary detention, as I said, is quite difficult. Wrongfully detained sometimes may be quite clear-cut, but again, not always, because as consular officers, it is not really our, on the ground, the position to determine guilt or innocence. We will represent Australian citizens and try and do the best for them without bringing other views into play. So we will continue to work, and cases can start, Chair, essentially as cases that we think are straightforward, but then over time we can see that there are other elements at play. So it changes, and there are cases that we think are wrongful detention, or potentially that someone is facing a penalty for a crime they committed overseas. But as time goes by, the way that the punishment has been imposed upon them can then change our view from it being a simple case of an arrest to potentially wrongful detention. So they're the different circumstances we face.
What are the countries that you're aware of where, if Australia were to use a term like wrongful detention in relation to one of our citizens that had been detained overseas, where that would have I think you used the expression negative impact?
Yeah, it could impact on our ability to get the access that we are seeking in order to advocate for the detainee.
So what countries are they?
Look, I'm just concerned if I start naming some countries, they will already be concerned about me using that term. So if I could discuss that with you in the in-camera session.
We can do that. I think
Thank
we'll
you.
be writing a list of such topics.
That's all right. Thank you.
I mean, one of the themes that we've heard in this committee, and I think more generally around the issue of wrongful detention of Australians overseas, is that it can become a source of sadness, frankly, for the person who's been detained, and I think frustration on behalf of their family when the individual concerned knows that they have been subject to a very tenuous legal process that, frankly, we here in Australia would not regard as an appropriate legal process, and that our government is not in a position to publicly say this individual has been wrongfully arrested for and charged with crimes that they haven't committed, and our view is that they are being held as a bargaining chip for this country. So I guess I'm wondering how it's in the best interests of detainees when, and indeed for their family here as well, if they feel like the government isn't being upfront and clear about the circumstances in which they've been detained.
Chair, I know that we do face, because Australian travellers go to a wide range of overseas countries. As we see the broad diaspora in Australia, we're multicultural. People travel to places where the laws are very, very different to what they are in Australia. And one of the things that we must face is that not all legal systems operate the same as ours, and also there's different punishments for crimes that we would consider perhaps minor. They take on a different approach overseas. So it is very difficult in that regard, but as we remind Australian citizens, when they travel overseas, they are subject to the laws of the country in which they are detained or in which they are travelling. In that regard, that doesn't mean that we won't go in and lobby and try with all our efforts to get a more lenient approach, or find a way that we can get them released on different grounds, sometimes humanitarian reasons and other processes. We understand that it is extremely difficult and extremely frustrating for family members when they don't understand the reasons that the person has been detained. But also, as I said, we don't wait for that that call to say that this is wrongful detention or arbitrary detention. And I will say that we have not called out any cases of arbitrary detention for diplomatic leverage. So we haven't used that term. We have, under the former government, Minister Payne used arbitrary detention on 2 occasions, and that was with Dr Young and also with Dr Turnell. So they have been the only 2 cases. Otherwise, we have worked for wrongful detention or just for Australians detained overseas, and we will pull out all stops to do what we can to assist them.
If a foreign government who happens to be holding an Australian hostage, detained, for want of a better expression, seeks to negotiate terms with our government for that person's release, is that considered a determining factor in whether we, Australia, considers that that person has been detained outside of a proper judicial process?
We try and engage to negotiate the release of detainees, and it may be that those conditions are acceptable. There will, and I haven't faced it at this stage, but there will potentially come a stage where what they are asking for may be outside anything that we within Consular can do within our own remit, and we would have to consult more broadly across government to determine where that form of negotiation is going and how we should be assessing it. But there are times when the governments may sort of, well, in some places we have prisoner exchange, which is a legal process that we have negotiated, but in other cases it is simply just a matter of seeing what we can do, and we are reaching out to see potentially if they do want something. If they wanted something that did cross the line, then we would have to, and I'm talking hypothetically here because I don't have that, we would have to look at whether that then was detention for diplomatic or other forms of leverage.
To an extent, this goes to the questions that I was asking Mr Chick from Home Affairs earlier, which is at what point does his division, being responsible for countering foreign interference, get contacted by or get looped into the process? And would I be correct in saying that if we have an Australian detained overseas and that government comes to the Australian government and tries to negotiate their release, automatically at that point do you go to Home Affairs and say, I think this is a foreign influence attempt?
We would certainly, if they were clearly stepping over any line that indicated that they were seeking something from the government perspective, we would engage, as I said, the relevant agencies, and that would include Home Affairs, to discuss the approach.
Would it also include Attorney General's Department?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. So because it is, and I note earlier on, you expressed a level of frustration in the fact that a number of agencies are involved. It's the nature of the responsibilities of the different agencies, and we, DFAT, would engage. And we engage on a regular basis, not necessarily only on the detention of people overseas, but on a range of consular issues. We would have regular contact with the different agencies, with Home Affairs, with Attorney Generals, and including with some of the national intelligence groups as well.
So just in relation to this point around if a foreign government makes a demand on us, how do we deal with that, and how do we classify the case on the basis of the fact that request has been made? Am I correct in saying that you're not aware of any case of an Australian being held overseas where the detaining country has made a demand which can't be agreed to or considered by DFAT?
There have been cases that I'm aware of, but not that I have been involved in, where there have been negotiations that have been undertaken, and I think Kylie Moore-Gilbert discussed her situation as well. I can't go into any details. I wasn't involved in that case, but sometimes there are negotiations as opposed to demands, and they would always involve the other relevant agencies that you're talking about.
Sure. For those listening along at home, what's the difference between a negotiation and a demand?
In my terms, we would be entering into testing the waters to see what we could do and what was acceptable, as opposed to, that person would only be released if certain conditions could be met, because we do negotiate as I said, on a regular basis, trying to find common ground, even for the release of people who have been, detained, gone through a legal process, and are imprisoned and serving a sentence, but perhaps a sentence that we deem to be quite harsh or much longer than you would get for a similar crime in Australia, in which case then we will negotiate and see if there is any way that they would consider. Even some countries have pardon systems that we can approach to see, if they would consider including these people in pardons or reducing under, any of the sentence reduction schemes. So there's a lot of things in that regard as well.
So no examples of foreign governments taking one of our citizens and seeking a particular policy outcome or a particular position from our government. I'm sure you're aware we had Michael Kovrig in here earlier today, and his was a very clear-cut example of him getting arbitrarily detained in China and the CCP making it incredibly clear to his government what they wanted in return.
Yes, so that was open according to his testimony and other evidence. The Canadian government did call that out clearly as a case of him being used for leverage.
But we haven't had any similar situations to that in Australia.
No, we haven't, Senator.
I'm sure this won't be news to the department, because I'm sure you've been listening along very carefully to all of our hearings and our testimony from our witnesses, but there does seem to be a concern that the approach that the department takes to dealing with arbitrary detention, wrongful detention, hostage diplomacy is somewhat inconsistent. And we have to balance out that the department requires flexibility to be able to negotiate to get the return of Australians who have found themselves in this situation. But on the other hand, that lack of clear consistency in applying a set of rules or a set of criteria to determine whether someone has been wrongfully detained. There was an argument, and we've heard this from many witnesses, that if you did have that framework, that could be a deterrence factor for Australians being taken in the first place. Is this something that the department has considered, the fact that the flexible approach doesn't always ensure that foreign governments are very clear about what Australia's approach is when it comes to hostage diplomacy?
Chair, on that, I would say that yes, we do have a flexible approach, and I can understand that a lot of people's experience is very different. A lot of that is also drawn from the fact that we have people who are detained in different countries. So we don't actually, for the what we would deem our complex cases, We have complex cases, and we also have a kidnap response group as well that operates. But with the complex cases, I'm just trying to think in my time or in recent years how many we've had where we have had multiple cases in the same country. So over time we have had within Iran, we have had several cases of detention. We have issues that sometimes come up in Russia. We have, of course, issues in China, but they are a mix of cases as well, including some that are clear-cut as being, drug-related issues. Dr. Turnell was the only one we've had in Myanmar. So I would say that the cases that we are dealing with when we deal with the same country is a very similar approach, because we understand what we're dealing with in terms of how the government operates. We have examples of cases. In other situations, we might liaise with the Canadians, the Americans and others to see their experience. But it will be a different experience. But I would say that we apply the same lens over our assessment of all cases when people are detained, including having our posts and our consular officers, if they have concerns about the process and how it is being conducted, to draw that to our attention so that we can have a look at the matter more closely.
But that lens isn't publicly available.
No, it's probably not a clear definition that's out there, but I would say that we look at each case on its merits, on the detention, and the people who are looking at it are the people, and I know, again, I have, heard people saying that multiple people go through consular, but we do use the same policies to assess cases and to look at them, and then we discuss them across the department.
Does the department collect data in relation to the number of cases of arbitrary detention of Australian citizens overseas?
So, as I indicated before, we have only in the past, and that was under the previous government, used the term arbitrary detention in relation to two of our cases. So we have the complex case unit that maintains information on cases that we would deem complex for the purposes of it's not clear-cut, but we haven't yet given them a clear definition as we work through. And we have our kidnap response unit that also looks at cases where we deem that someone has been kidnapped, and an obvious one there is Ken Elliott, but we have had others that have gone through that. So they keep details of the number of complex cases that we are managing or have managed, but for arbitrary detention, as I said, we would there's only the two and none that we would currently give the label of arbitrary detention.
And so when we're talking about complex cases, what's the department's definition of a complex case?
So a complex case is essentially one where it is not apparent that it has been clear due process, where it has been raised with us by family members or others that they have concerns about the cases that have run for a considerable period of time and which we have been working on. They are ones that essentially require a lot more attention from our consular group than can be given by the case manager who would normally look after the case. The case manager will still be involved in elements of it, but they will not be doing all the briefings. They're ones that we would be briefing up to the Foreign Minister, ones where we would be recommending potentially that the Foreign Minister engage either through a letter to her counterpart or just needing to draw it to their attention because it is taking much longer to resolve. We have many cases each year where Australians are detained and they're released very quickly. It can be for immigration detention to smaller crimes, probably, around 800 cases a year where people will be arrested overseas, but it may be for, as I said, for very small things. Then we probably end up with about 200 a year that end up being imprisoned for slightly longer, so not a quick turnaround.
So, as a standard assessment, as soon as a consular case is escalated to that complex case level, do you make a consideration or do you gather information or intelligence as to any potential nefarious reason why that individual, that case might have been subject to the process, the detention that they currently are? So
anything out of the norm rather than nefarious even, Chair, I would say, in that it will come in, be assessed, the case manager will escalate it to our Assistant Secretary in the Consular Operations Branch, and we would then, so we have regular meetings with the complex case unit, which sits within my division, and I would participate in that, and so that could be weekly or fortnightly, and we will discuss any cases. But if something comes up in between that time, then the Assistant Secretary and the case manager and the head of the complex case unit will come and talk to me, and we will sort of say, okay, this one is not clear cut. How do we manage it? And we will work with the post potentially. And the reason that I have some of my colleagues here from the geographic areas is because we also work closely with the geographic areas, with legal and with any of the other relevant areas of the department to see what our next steps should be.
Is there any automatic flag around certain countries where Australians have been detained, particularly ones that in recent years have had a track record of engaging in this behaviour, where that sort of automatically escalates a case to that complex case level and you go to the desk and say, well, what's the situation here?
I would say that, any of them arising in countries where we have concerns or have identified those countries within our Smart Traveller travel advice as well, about countries for wrongful detention or arbitrary detention, or even for harsh imposition of laws. We would look at those ones very closely and immediately, and the desks are often onto it as well very quickly, because our heads of mission in those countries would also draw it very quickly to the attention of the desk. So yes, but it doesn't mean that they are the only ones on which we are focused.
I've had a look through the Smart Traveller advice for a few countries that I have no intention of ever going to, but it seems to me that there are a lot of references to the risk of being detained and not necessarily a lot of focus on the risk of being detained to be used as political leverage by a foreign government. Is there any country where we recognise that act of hostage diplomacy as being a serious travel risk for Australians?
Not for Australians. We haven't identified them as that, but we are well aware that arbitrary detention can quickly move from being arbitrary detention to arbitrary detention for other other purposes.
In some countries more than others, I would have thought.
Yes, certainly. And they're the ones that that we have identified, and the ones probably that you have indicated that you would not travel to. I know that there was one issue that was raised about sort of helping people understand how they can avoid detention or potentially arbitrary detention. That's something, I would say don't travel to some of those countries would be my first level of advice. But there are a number of our Australians who I mentioned before who have families in those countries. So they are going to return to visit. But if they have any concerns ahead of time about issues from their past or perhaps things that can be misinterpreted with regard to their work here in Australia, then under those circumstances we would strongly recommend that they not travel to those countries.
I want to go to the support that the department provides and the contact that the department has with the family and friends of those Australians who have been detained overseas. At a high level, what does that support look like and what is the department responsible for?
So this is for the family members. Essentially, once an Australian has been detained overseas, and sometimes it will come to us through contact from the family member, or the family members will contact us to alert us to that even before we're made aware of the detention in the country. So when that occurs, we start that contact straight away with the family member. Now, we will appoint a case manager for that. Within our division, within the consular operations area, we divide it up, the consular operations case management, into regions. So essentially we will have people that have a good understanding of the region and the issues. So we will appoint one of those case managers immediately to the family, and their role is to maintain ongoing contact with the family, update them, particularly when we have prison visits. So, if someone's detained, our consular officers, as long as we can get access to them, we'll go and visit, and they will do a report on their condition, on any issues that they're facing, and that will be reported back to the family. If it becomes a complex case, we will also be liaising on a regular basis with the family to update them as much as possible on the actions that we are taking in the country of detention and back in Australia. So the relationship continues through there. We don't do, and I know that SPIHA has recently has advised that recently they have introduced quite considerable support for family members in terms of mental health, psychological treatment and all the rest. We don't provide that. I'm not sure in the past that we have been as good at ensuring that the family members are aware of what is available through domestic services back here. But we are making sure that that is being done. But also, if it falls into something, even that is concerning the families, that it is wrongful detention or long-term detention, we'll also refer them to groups such as Hostage International, who will talk to them and potentially put them in touch with people who may be able to, or who are better placed to look after people with certain traumatic needs, because we're well aware that not all psychiatrists and psychologists in Australia have that exposure, but they may be able to identify those services for them. So there's some of the things that we have been doing.
And I made a comment in an earlier hearing, and this is absolutely not a reflection on any of your staff at DFAT, but the reality is the trauma that individuals have been detained and, frankly, their families have gone through for the period of detention. That's... I'd like to hope that most people go to work at DFAT not thinking that they're going to have to be dealing with, these cases of hostage diplomacy. And so I guess the question is that skill set probably needs to come from somewhere in government. Whether DFAT is necessarily the right place for it or is equipped for it is, to an extent, an open question, particularly as we're seeing these cases happen more frequently now. And from the sounds of it, you've already sort of taken away a bit of a key learning that if we don't have the expertise here in Australia to support detainees when they're returned, then we need to be putting them in contact with people who do.
Yeah. I'll be honest with you and say that, we want to keep learning here, because we do recognise that what we are dealing with is people at the worst possible moment of their lives. They are facing a time that I hope many of us will never experience. A lot of the staff in my area do come to work knowing that they are going to be facing people who are dealing with traumatic and dreadful situations. We do provide them with training. Our staff get regular training in trauma counselling, dealing with people who are in difficult situations. It's not going to make them the experts. But what we do as well is in situations where we have kidnapping or where we are directing it in that area, we also draw on the family liaison officers within AFP, because they have a lot of experience in those areas, and we have called on them on a number of occasions, including in circumstances where we have had people who have lost loved ones overseas in traumatic circumstances. So we do that, but we will continue to look at better ways we can support the family and what other avenues there are for them to access support.
What support does the department provide to detainees once they've been released and returned to Australia?
So if I can start with when detainees, if we can get access to detainees while they're overseas, again, we will use groups like Hostage International and others to reach out to them if we're able to do that. When they return, and again, I will say that this is an evolving process, and we have been learning from the experience of the former detainees, especially a number of them who have been here as witnesses during this inquiry. We previously brought them back, maybe spoke to them, they moved straight into the domestic situation. Over time, and especially, and I acknowledge that Dr Moore Gilbert returned at a very difficult time right in the middle of COVID, and that she has made it clear that her experience with the department was less than ideal. We then moved on to try and give, through DFAT, initially when people come back, 4 sessions with a psychologist that our departmental psychologist helps identify as being appropriate for the situation that the returnee has faced. Now, after that, the detainees move into the domestic services that are provided through their GPs and other systems within Australia. Again, I would say, and especially when I listened to Dr Turnell and to Chung Lei regarding this, We obviously have not been as clear as we should have been about the domestic services that need or, that are available. So that is something that already from this process we have activated so that we make sure anyone coming back knows what's available, through Services Australia, but through medical teams and all the rest. We have also in recent times expanded from beyond just the psychological and mental health side of it into looking at other medical issues, skin care, general GP appointments, and a range of medical, dental, other things that people may need to help them straight away when they return. We know that when people come back, their lives have been disrupted. Some of them have been away for many, many years, and they do need support. DFAT is not always the best placed agency to provide that, so we can start, but we need to make sure that they move into other areas that can provide that support, and that is what we will be looking at for people who are long-term detainees as well as those who potentially fall into the category of wrongful detainee.
This might be a bit of a pie-in-the-sky question, but do you think there is anywhere else in government that is best suited to deal with exactly what you've just described?
We can work with groups such as Services Australia, who also have counsellors and others that we can work with them to see what the design is. But the idea is that we would map out where the best services would be available and how these would be obtained for people returning.
Or even any engagement with, say, the tax office to, say that, this person just returned from having been in prison overseas for months, if not years, maybe don't knock on their door and ask them to do their tax return right this week.
Yeah. So, Chair, I've been involved in discussions with, as I mentioned, SPIHA, but also Canadian, British, other colleagues. We've also talked about, other issues, but one of the things that came up is exactly what they do for their citizens returning, how they achieve it, and what, so that we can have a look at these things to see under law what is applicable here in Australia and what we can assist with, acknowledging that the American legal, medical and other systems is very, very different to ours, but they have offered to provide us with the letters that they give to people. Now, for us, it's not necessarily a one-size-fits-all as well, but we can certainly help people, and we've helped families as well who've been struggling to get access to bank accounts. We have helped that while people are in detention. We have provided assistance, on an ad hoc basis as people reach out to us, but maybe we need a more formalised process, and that's what we're looking at to see what would work and what we could do that would be easy to achieve, and others that we would have to consider on a case-by-case basis. And I know one of the other things that you have raised is with regard to some of the detainees coming back, and of course they now have a criminal record, and the impact on them with regard to travel. Now, some of the countries that they experience difficulties travelling to are countries with whom we have a very close relationship, because it is required that people on their immigration forms tick the box to say,
US, for example.
That's right.
Yeah.
So, but that just means that for the US, for example, they can't get an ESTA, so the electronic visa. But we can help them with a letter, and they can go in, and it means that, Sydney is where the US do the visas here, but they go into the office and they can be issued with a 10-year visa. So it doesn't mean they have to go back every year. The ESTA is only a one-off. The cost means if you're only going once, then the cost is higher. But if you're planning multiple trips, it's not. It's the same with New Zealand. So we're talking this through with all of them as to what we can do to ease the burden. The harder part for us is where former detainees choose to travel abroad to locations where perhaps there is a strong relationship with the country in which they had formerly been detained, and in which case, if there is still, a charge pending against them, or that country has issued an Interpol red notice, there is a risk. We have helped in some countries reach out to sort of say, this is happening, this person is coming here, can you confirm to us that you will not detain them? But that is not possible in every country in the world, and we're not always aware of where this impacts. So again, it has to be done on a case-by-case basis and where concerns are raised.
I guess the flip side of that is that the Australians that have been detained overseas, they come home and what you've just described, I take your point on it has to be determined on a case-by-case basis, but that's a lot of red tape and a lot of life admin, frankly, that would be involved for these detainees if they want to travel somewhere. And wouldn't it just be easier if they could get one document that says, Australia recognises that this individual was wrongfully charged with a crime and detained overseas. We don't recognise the legal validity of that, and you, responding country, shouldn't recognise that either when considering to let them into that country, for example. Yes,
I mean, it is, dealing with the laws of those other countries, and that is where we will look at it. The life admin, we acknowledge that this is a very difficult issue for them to deal with, especially when they're returning already traumatised. And I think, even those of us that haven't been through traumatic experiences sometimes struggle with the bureaucracy and the red tape. So we will certainly look at ways, but there are elements as to how far we can go and for whom we can issue those letters, depending on the charges at play.
I recognise I've had the call for quite some time, so I might share it around a bit. Deputy Chair, did you want to ask some questions?
I'd love to. Thank you very much, Chair. Good afternoon, everyone. Just following on from the questions, can I just note in your submission, you mentioned about the use of envoys in managing certain individual cases. As you know, some of the witnesses that have appeared before this hearing have said that they believe that the management of wrongful detention cases might be improved by having a dedicated officer within DFAT or even a special envoy whose responsibility would be to negotiate the release of detainees and also engage with the families of those that have been impacted. So my question to you is, what role would these envoys have, and what factors do you consider when deciding to appoint one? And is it the view of the department that an external envoy or someone within the department might be better suited to fulfil the role of what some have already provided evidence to this committee?
Thank you, Senator. I feel I'm hogging the stage as well.
That's all right. It's all right. I know that feeling.
On this issue, we do, as I indicated, nominate a case manager. Now, that person will be the person who assesses all the incoming cables from Post, who reaches out to families, who gathers all the general information. Now, again, I'm aware that some of the people who've given evidence here at the inquiry have commented on the difficulty of dealing with multiple people. And I'll just, before I go on to the special envoy, note that what happens in these cases is, one, yes, we are faced with a posting cycle where there are people who either overseas who are visiting the detainee in prison. They may be there on a 2, 3 or 4 year posting cycle. So there will be changes that occur there. But we do try for as long as possible to ensure that there is the same person coming in to visit where they can. On the issue back here, we have a number of people who are very keen to stay in the consular area, and so they will be there for potentially 3 years. But we also provide for families a 24/7 centre, so they won't always get the same person, because if they call after hours, they will go to our consular emergency centre, and in that's the CEC, and in the CEC, the people there are trained consular officers taking the calls, but they will be the person that they deal with. But they will ensure that a message is sent to the case manager so that it is available first thing in the morning for the case manager to be aware of, but they will try and manage anything they can during the night. Also, if we're dealing with someone who is detained in a country that's in a different time zone, it may be more effective as well for the CEC to also reach out to the post if the matter is urgent regarding the welfare of the detainee. On the issue of special envoys, we do look at that, and again, on a case-by-case basis, we determine whether a special envoy is appropriate for that case and whether they can add anything further to what is being achieved or progress being made through the people we are engaging, such as the head of mission at the post where the detainee is, or through other work that we are doing back here in Canberra. But if we do appoint a special envoy, we try and identify someone who has particular expertise either in relation to the post where the person is detained, or potentially on the reasons around the detention of that person, or someone with expertise in the consular field. So we'll look at all those in making a decision, but certainly we accept recommendations from a lot of people about requests for special envoy, and we look at it, and it is one of the tools that we have available to us.
And it's probably worth just maybe clarifying as well. I know there are special envoys within the department, but I think the conversation's also about special envoys in that US context.
Yes,
I was hoping you might be able to provide some comment on that.
Yes, so the ones I'm talking about, when I speak of a special envoy, I speak about someone from outside the department, so not essentially a departmental officer, but rather someone who is a private citizen with the expertise in those areas that we believe would benefit the case, would be able to work the relationship with the country involved, or would have a very good understanding of the matters around which the individual has been charged, or the issues they're facing.
Just following on from that, I guess the number of the families and individuals that appear would argue then, well, wouldn't it make sense to establish a permanent special envoy who could then employ people such as the ones you've described, who might have expertise in some regions around the world?
Yes, I mean, I certainly see that, and I look at the SPIHA model, and I mean, it is a very impressive machine. It is a large group of people working in a range of different areas to support arbitrary detention. I would say that the US identifies a considerable number of people who are detained, who are arbitrarily detained, and who are detained for diplomatic leverage. We do not fall into that category. I know the Canadians have had essentially one of their officers who carries out similar work but is a member of the Canadian, in fact, their former head who looked after hostage affairs for Canada is now the Canadian High Commissioner here in Canberra. So people will get posted, and the US has chosen not to go down that route. But we recognise that there are other models, including the legislated criteria or permanent envoys. But we still assess that the flexible approach that we have provides the department with the broadest range of options to secure positive outcomes. And I think as well, when you heard Roger Carstens talking this morning, he indicated as well that he can't sort of just jump into the consular area over at the State Department to take on the role there. He has to wait until the decision is made that case is to be transferred over to him, and sometimes that takes a long period of time. I would say that our model, because of its flexibility, doesn't need to wait that period of time. We can start quite quickly in delivering anything we believe is necessary, but we haven't called in special envoys very quickly. We wait and judge whether other methods can be used first, and then would look at the special envoy down the track.
So am I right to say that the current maybe caseload doesn't really warrant the establishment of a permanent office like the US?
Yes, that would be my view, Senator.
I know I've got to just frame this in this way, but so could having a special envoy for arbitrary detention make Australia more of a target for this activity by rogue states?
I'm not sure that it would make us any more a target. I think that we look at the special envoy role, and I would say that having the ability to move and select a different envoy with the relevant expertise gives us the flexibility. I think countries that potentially want to use arbitrary detention for diplomatic leverage will do so whether or not there's a special envoy in place.
I guess one of the feedbacks that we've heard consistently, just the lack of communication from some families, and even the information they do get about their family members who might be in detention, is that the information they do get from DFAT sometimes is very bland. There's really no ground-based information that they would have already known about. It seems to be very generic, as some people have described. And I'm hoping that that's some of the feedback that you're obviously wanting to hear, but also improve along the way. That there's been quite a number of improvements, I guess, since the change of administration here in Australia. As you know, we've set up an external advisory group and a few other committees that now look at these particular issues. But having said that, I think one of the themes that I'm hearing is that people just want better information, not just information for the sake of it, but actually quality information. And I'm assuming that's something the department does take on board and is reviewing on a regular basis when people are detained and their families, rightly get frustrated about the lack of information or just knowing that their loved one's safe and doing okay.
Thank you, Senator. I would say that, yes, we are taking on board anything that we are hearing with regard to criticism of the way that things have been done in the past, because as I indicated, and we're very happy to have this inquiry conducted, because essentially we can learn things from it. We can improve our services. We don't want to frustrate family members. We know inevitably that they will, because sometimes we don't have anything else to offer them. That we will give them an update, but we will always update them after a prison visit. We will always take calls from them if they've got questions. We remain open to them, as I said, 24/7. Sometimes in countries where we can't get access to the individual because they entered the country on the passport from their other citizenship, and therefore we can't get access, or the country doesn't recognise dual nationality and they have returned to that country. Sometimes it's the next of kin that provide us with the best information that we get. So hearing from them and getting their input enables us to work then on the strategy that we will use on that case. Now, just because we can't get access to a person does not mean that we don't keep working on that case and advocating, and our heads of mission will continue to go in and press for access, but we'll also raise their concerns. We also raise concerns around people's health, their well-being, making sure that they've got adequate food. So we do any of that, and we will also advocate back here in Canberra with the head of mission from the relevant country.
I know there's been some discussions about the US, but as you'd be aware, the US has a codified response mechanism for dealing with arbitrary detention. Is this type of arrangement suitable for the Australian context?
Again, I think that we have sufficient flexibility, including, we don't use sanctions as our first point of call. That's probably the point of last resort. We will use other methods first in that regard. So I think we have sufficient coverage under the various international acts that we work to and international law to provide the coverage that we need. I don't feel that we need the act or law. I also, just having a look at the Levinson Act and the Canadian bill that's going forward, there are many of the things covered under there that we have already covered within the Australian framework. And I'd just say that, the Americans have the hostage recovery fusion cell. We have both the complex case section and the kidnapping response section. Those two do similar work. The complex case committee that is headed up by, at the moment, Mr McLaughlin, that sort of fits in with the hostage response group in the US context. Special envoys, as I said, we engage those on a case-by-case basis, and then family support. That's something that we will keep working on, but we are working with SPIHA to see what they do, how they do it, and also with the Canadians and others, so that we can see how we can manage it within our own context without necessarily having to go down the track of putting a law or a bill in place to cover that.
I'm not sure if you're watching this morning, but Ambassador Carstens mentioned that I think him or his office engages with, I'm assuming, you or your team within DFAT. Are there aspects, or are there any processes that the US and the Ambassador's office have sort of relayed to you that you might think about, adopting here in Australia within your team?
Well, I think some of those family support issues are a key one, Senator. But just to be able to assess each case, so we work both with the State Department and with SPIHA in this regard. I was fortunate enough to meet with Ambassador Carstens earlier on this year and with the Canadians, and we had a good conversation about ways we can work together, including potentially on cases where we may need to engage on collective action. And if I can say that part of that we did was the way we all worked together on the Gershkovich issue, which, as Ambassador Carstens said, was very clear-cut, and the Americans were able to declare that as arbitrary detention within 11 days. But we worked there just on making sure that remained in the public eye. And so, yes, I think there are ways, and we will continue to work with them, and our teams have regular conversations. At least once a month we would be meeting with a group to discuss these issues that include wrongful and arbitrary detention.
I know you mentioned earlier that that people within your department get rotated. They might be in a role, move on to somewhere else, but how can we encourage, I'm assuming, how do we encourage more people to sort of do this work and probably to stay there a little bit longer than maybe the 2 to 3 year mark? I'm assuming, not having someone who's done a lot of this work, but it could be, emotionally can take a toll on the individuals within DFAT, and, maybe after 2 years they think, well, look, I wouldn't mind now being moved to some other part of the department. I mean, how can we encourage more people to do this very important work? I'm assuming this is an area that you've probably had to manage for some time now.
Senator, the staff that work in the consular area continually amaze me. They are honestly the most professional, dedicated group of people. They continually turn up to face extremely difficult circumstances. They come into the area and, we need to do a lot of work on ensuring that we also do psychosocial management. We do regular check-ins. All staff who work in consular have to go and do a session with our staff psychologists at least once a year, and we have the staff psychologists come through during crises or particularly difficult times. There are staff who will stay for many years who choose not to do an overseas posting. But even those, we will rotate them through into different areas because there are some areas that are more intense than others. But what we do find is that those that go overseas often go overseas to do a consular role overseas, and at the end of it, they will come back. So we are not losing their expertise, but we continue to recognise the work of this group and try and get more people into it. But of course, we can only have a certain number within our ASL in the division, and we certainly we don't struggle to get people to come back in because, as I said, they are people that really believe in the work they do and they want to improve the lives and help our consular clients.
Yeah, and it's worth knowing that, the great work they do. They're very passionate individuals, and, they're probably the people you want to help out if you're, ever in that unfortunate circumstance. So can I just turn to another issue that was raised a couple of times now in this series of the hearings with regards to an official note from the Australian government. There have been a few people unfortunately who were being detained who've said now if they were to go overseas to some countries, they might be in some difficulty, or even domestically. I think Senator Chandler may have mentioned something earlier. You have to answer truthfully to questions. Do you have a criminal record? Well, the answer is probably yes for most people. Has there been any consideration for the government to sort of provide an official note or letter to say, look, yes, this person does have a criminal record, but we don't either recognise it or there's a context as to why the government is prepared to either waive or provide some context to whoever the institution or other countries to at least alleviate any concerns that they might have about why the person has chosen to say yes, they've got a criminal record.
We have provided notes to people who have requested them from us when they're travelling. I think Professor Grester also mentioned the other day that he had encountered an experience in New Zealand, and then my predecessor assisted him at the time, but they provided him with advice that he would need actually a visa, not just the electronic visa, in the future. This is one of the things that, even dealing with SPIHA, the Canadians, the Brits, we haven't found a workaround yet. We can provide a letter in support of their visa application to let them know the conditions of their detention, and we do that, as I said, on a case-by-case basis. For the Americans, the visa would then last for 10 years, but each country has its own visa requirements, and we would have to look at that. A letter to say that someone has been wrongfully detained and therefore we ask that you not detain them if they enter your country, or that you don't activate an Interpol red notice, that's something that I would not have great confidence in. Kate, you might be able to.
No, I've got nothing to add on that. It's tricky. Yeah.
So,
do you say that because it's up to the other country ultimately?
It is.
I think for some, they feel like there's an assurance, or at least the Australian government is, publicly stating, or at least signing a letter saying, look, this individual.
We do that. Rather than give a letter, Senator, we have done to assist outreach through our ambassadors in the countries to which these people have been travelling to get the assurance firsthand, because we would not have confidence that a letter necessarily picked up by an official at the airport would hold the weight that we would want. So therefore we go at a higher level if asked to do so. And also, it is that difficult situation where every country has its relationships and has its laws. So we have to manage it on an individual country and case basis.
And do you also do letters for domestic agencies like the ATO, for instance? I mean, I think there was Chung Lei that mentioned something about issues there with, I think with the ATO. Is this something that you can write a letter, or the department, to say, look, agencies, whether it be the ATO or others, this individual obviously was in the country for some period of time?
Yes.
Et cetera, et cetera.
Yes, so we can do it. Again, we do it on a case-by-case basis, and we have done it, and we will continue to do it to assist people who are returning. We have also done it in regard to, I mentioned before, with regard to difficulties that people have encountered with regard family members, with regard to accessing bank accounts or managing mortgages because they're in the name of the detainee. But we need the agreement of the detainee to do that as well, to ensure that it is done in an appropriate manner. Okay.
Now, look, just one last issue, because I'm mindful of the time. There's some discussions around engagement with the media, and I think some families would have liked to engage with the media, or the suggestion was that there wasn't any support, I think, from DFAT. What do you have to say to some of those witnesses or the submissions that we've received with respect to engagement with the media?
So, Senator, we advise the family and the detainee that the decision on whether or not to engage with the media is one for them to make. However, there may be circumstances where we advise them of issues we believe that they will face if they do go to the media, and the potential implications for work that we are doing to assist the detainee in country. We also, with a number of people, have put them in touch with our media area, our communications area at the department, who has assisted them in producing a statement or something. Some people have gone out on their own. We have, in some cases, been told by countries that they have been offended by certain media that has been put out there, that they find that it has portrayed it in an incorrect manner, and it can impact on our ability. For example, we go in to advocate for better conditions in prisons, for example. It may be that we get people access to more regular phone calls. It may be that we get people access to potentially even a better cell, move to another location. They might have access to laptops. There are certain conditions that we can get that make people's lives more bearable. We're not going to say make their lives good, but more bearable in a difficult situation. And these can be put at risk, and we just make sure that the family members and the individual are aware that this could occur. It is also, as I mentioned earlier, a risk that they may well turn around and say to us, well, you've already, the family have made up their mind about this, so we're not going to continue sensitive negotiations that we may have been engaging in. So that's the only issue there.
All right, look, I'll leave it there for now, Chair. Thank you again to the department for today.
Thank you, Senator.
Thank you, Deputy Chair. I just have a few more questions before we close out on the open session. We've talked a lot about the fact that some jurisdictions like the US and Canada have a clearly defined, publicly available set of criteria that help them assess whether someone has been wrongfully detained, and then they've also, in some cases, codified the approach that they take once they have made that determination about an individual case. Much of the evidence that we have heard through this committee is that that has a deterring factor to foreign actors that would wish to take citizens from those countries who happen to be in their country hostage, because, in effect, you're framing up the rules of engagement, so to speak, or disengagement. If there is a hesitance from the Australian government to go down that path of creating a transparent framework, what else can we do to deter countries like Iran and Russia and China from taking Australian citizens hostage overseas?
Senator, when you talk about the definition, are you talking about all elements of the Act, including within the framework, the various steps that the US or Canada would be authorised to?
I think the impression that we get from speaking to witnesses is that those frameworks are probably more guiding principles, but still it's something codified that they can point to say, if you take our citizens overseas, this is how we will deal with you.
I think, we have avenues that we can employ if we need to. We haven't gone out essentially codifying it within legislation or a bill. I have to say, I don't really know what we can do with countries who are determined to take our citizens, but I would say so far we have not seen evidence that they are taking Australian citizens for the purpose of, leverage against the Australian government. the cases of detainees overseas, maybe for economic reasons or other reasons that may or may not be correct. And I think we've seen in recent years there have been things that we would say, you know, people are denying any involvement in certain activities for which they have been detained, and we follow up and support the families and the individuals. But I would ask if any of my colleagues have ideas as to how to deter, but we just continue to work with the governments in those countries to ensure the protection of Australians when they enter. And we would say that, you know, to ensure that we have access to them. But I don't off the top of my head right now have a clear answer as to how else we would deter them.
You say that there have not been any instances of foreign governments detaining Australians overseas in an effort to leverage our government. What about the instances where they might be detaining Australians overseas in an effort to influence our own diplomatic posture in relation to that country, so that we are less willing to call out problems with that relationship in an instance where we're going through a negotiation because they have one of our citizens
I think that was an issue that Dr. Turnell raised as potentially being of concern at that time. I think, you know, others have indicated it may be that the government of the day or ourselves, if we're at a sensitive stage of the negotiations, may suggest that it be pulled back. But I don't think that we have held back, and I'm aware of, you know, situations, and again I'm happy to discuss in camera where we have continued with, you know, either sanctions or other steps that we were proposing, regardless of the fact that we have someone in detention, because we don't believe that it would change their approach one way or the other, because I think some of these governments with whom we deal, it's not going to matter what we say. They will do what they're going to do.
Sorry, did you say in response to my previous question that some countries have detained Australians for economic reasons?
Just that can be what they say, you know, that can be a commercial crime or something in that regard, not for economic against Australia.
Okay.
Sorry. No,
okay.
I should have made that clear. Apologies.
No, all good. I just thought that sounded a little odd.
Yes, no, that would be... that would step into that other category.
Indeed. Okay. I'm just double-checking. I don't think any of my other committee members have questions in this session. So I will thank everybody for appearing here today, and the committee would appreciate the responses to questions on notice be provided by Friday the 8th of November 2024. That concludes today's hearing. Thank you to all witnesses who appeared and to Hansard and Broadcasting for their assistance. The committee stands adjourned.